1 minute to air. We are now streaming.
Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to Durham City Hall. It's great to see everyone in here. And it is 7 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? I'm sorry, it's not a work session. At this moment, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. At this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. It's our practice to stand and salute the flag as we say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now, at this time, Madam Clerk, if you will, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Williams,
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Rist.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the phone going off. I'll go ahead and say, if you will, just please place your phones on vibrate. All right, and we have a few ceremonial items tonight. FBLA, an organization I was in high school, will be read by Councilmember Freeman. FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America.
Good evening, everyone. Presenting the Future Business Leaders of America to Jason Brooks. Whereas Future Business Leaders of America, Inc., FBLA, is a nonprofit education organization whose first chapter was established in Johnson City, Tennessee in 1942 by Dr. Hamlin L. Faulkner And whereas North Carolina State Chapter was chartered in spring of 1954, and whereas Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, officially then Southern High School, chartered its FBLA local chapter on January 29th, 1958, and whereas the nationally Business Leaders of America includes more than 200,000 members and advisors in 4,600 chapters locally in the city of Durham, Future Business Leaders of America includes hundreds of students and more than 12 high schools and 10 middle school chapters. And whereas Future Business Leaders of America strives to build a student's understanding of the realities of a modern business world by bringing business and education together. And whereas Future Business Leaders of America teaches students basic business and leadership principles and assists them in the transition from school to work for the benefit of our great city. And whereas the Future Business Leaders members perform community service activities such as food, clothing, and toy drives, including individual school locations, and partner with organizations and groups throughout the city. And now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim February 11th through the 17th as Future Business Leaders of America Week in the City of Durham, and hereby urge all residents to take note and observance. Witness my hand on the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this the 19th day of February 2024. Leonardo Williams.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and everyone. We appreciate it.
Good evening, everyone. It's my honor to read the Student Mental Health Awareness Day proclamation, and if Keenan Crumble could come up. Okay, maybe. Okay. I'm going to go proceed then. Whereas the mental health and well-being of our students are of paramount importance, contributing significantly to their overall academic success, personal growth, and academic achievement. And whereas a 2023 report by NC Child showed, as of 2020, 10% of children in North Carolina ages 3 to 17 had received a diagnosis of depression or anxiety. The same report stated that 20% of high school students in North Carolina reported seriously considering suicide in 2021, 10% stating that they had made an actual attempt. And whereas recognizing the unique challenges and pressures faced by students in today's society, it is essential to raise awareness about mental health issues and foster an environment that encourages open dialogue, understanding, support. And whereas the City of Durham is committed to promoting the mental health and well-being of its student population, acknowledging the vital role it plays in building a resilient and thriving community. And whereas the City of Durham wishes to observe a day dedicated to student mental health awareness, emphasizing the importance of mental health education, resources, destigmatizing conversations around mental health. Now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim February 21, 2024 as Student Mental Health Awareness Day in the City of Durham, and hereby call upon all residents, educators, community leaders, students, and encourage all citizens to join activities and discussions that promote understanding, support, and awareness of mental health issues affecting students. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 19th day of February 2024.
All right, Director Thompson, if you can join me up here, please. And Councilmember Caballero, thank you for reading that. I think student mental health is one of our biggest and most salient issues that we have to face in this community. And I hope that we really do take it into practice as a community. But I have the honor of reading a proclamation to our communications honoring Government Communicators Day. And I have the crew sneaking up on me like that. All right, and the proclamation reads, whereas effective communication is fundamental to the functioning of a vibrant and transparent democracy, and whereas the tireless efforts and creativity of government communicators play a pivotal role in informing, engaging, and empowering residents, and whereas recognizing Government Communicators Day provides an opportunity to recognize and appreciate the dedication, professionalism, and expertise of those who serve in this vital capacity. Oh, I'm sorry.
You know us. We gotta have some entertainment with it, you know?
All right, caught me off guard again.
Sorry.
Where was I? It's the first proclamation I messed up on. All right, thank you. Communications. Whereas through their commitment to clarity and accessibility and accuracy, government communicators enhance public understanding of policies, programs, and services, fostering trust and accountability within and whereas their work contributes to building bridges between government entities and the diverse communities they serve, promoting inclusivity and equitable access to information in many ways, including government television, media relations, social media, the city website, digital and print publications, and the language access. Whereas in times of crisis, government communicators serve as a lifeline, delivering crucial updates, guidance, and resources to ensure the safety and well-being of all residents. Now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim February 24th, 2024 as Government Communicators Day in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to join me in expressing gratitude for the invaluable contributions of the City of Durham Communications Department to the betterment of our city and our democracy. Witness my hand in the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 19th day of February 2024. Thank you. And all of the little gestures you have going on there.
Thank you, Mayor Williams, for issuing the first ever proclamation for local government communications in Durham. As you were reading it, of course, there was a carousel playing showing members of the communications team at work. Often we're behind the scenes, but much of what we do is really important to the work of the entire city. Our job is to make sure that information about the work of our dedicated city staff, our programs, and our services are shared with the public, whether it's through the media, from which the public tends to get their information, or through our own channels, like our website, publications, social media, or even through our own channels. Other than those are the Durham Television Network, which was responsible for broadcasting the council meetings and other programming. Also, for the past 3 years, our work to offer meaningful access to residents who may not speak English very well, especially Spanish, has made a huge impact. I am so proud to introduce our communications staff who are with us here tonight. With us is Amy Blaylock. She is the Assistant Director. Blake Hodge. Yay. Who is our website administrator, does an awesome job. And Michelle Gomez Cespedes, who is our language access coordinator and senior communications analyst. And Viv Cruz O'Doherty, who many of you see running back and forth to make sure the projector and the computer are working well. And Deja Bunyan, she is our internal communications specialist. Not with us tonight are Nicarla Webb, who is a communications analyst, and Hannah Watts, who is our senior employee communications analyst, and Sandra Keener, who is our business services analyst, who handles all the important business things that happen in the communications department. Finally, Finally, I have to thank our city manager, Wanda Page, for recognizing the importance of effective communications and providing the resources that we need to do our job well. Thank you.
All right, thank you all so much. All right, at this time, I'll hear any announcements from my colleagues on the council. Starting from my left, Councilmember Cook.
Good evening. I just want to recognize our budget staff really quickly. This past Friday, as many of you probably saw, we had our first retreat of the season to talk about our budget, which we will pass in June. This process is very open to the public, so I encourage folks to get involved, but our budget staff, along with many other staff here at the city, did such a fantastic job getting us started in that conversation. I also want to shout them out because, and I'm going to read this because I don't want to mess it up, they were awarded the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our fiscal budget last year. So congratulations to the budget staff, and thank you so much for all of your hard work. I also want to recognize everyone that is here tonight. I've said this before and I will keep saying it. Thank you so much for coming. It is such a good reminder when we have folks literally overflowing this room, sitting in the lobby, how deeply everyone cares for the city of Durham and how important it is for accountability and to have the voices heard here tonight. This body is regularly doing work around zoning, around budgeting. These things are so interconnected, as somebody said last week when we were discussing this exact topic. I know many of you are here to talk about the ceasefire resolution that's coming on the agenda later. I just want to say that I hope that you will stay for the zoning. I hope that you will keep coming back for our meetings in the future. We have so many important things we're working on, and I just am excited to see the engagement, and I hope it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Baker.
Well put, Councilmember Cook. Two quick things. One, this is more for my colleagues up here on the dais, but I think I've spoken with most of you about this. Called a meeting among departments to talk about street infrastructure design that has been such a major issue. You know, we have our Vision Zero coordinator, and that was a productive meeting, and I think that there are going to be some good things that come out of it and some actions that we can potentially take up here on council. So I just wanted to raise that as something to keep an eye on. The second thing is we've been receiving a lot of emails about Ellerby Creek and the sedimentary pollution runoff that's been going into Ellerby Creek. We know it's not just Ellerby Creek, but that has been getting a lot of attention recently. That is a purview mostly of the county with their engineering and environmental services. We have been in communication with them. We'll continue to be. This is an issue that's on our radar and one that I hope that we can work on, potentially find some regulatory improvements that we can make as well. So some more to come on that. That's everything from me.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, for being here. It's a packed house again. And just really quickly, I do want to acknowledge the country of Chile. That is my home country. There has been really large wildfires there. I'm not sure if folks have been paying attention. And last count was 134 folks who have died. And it's been a pretty devastating disaster. And so just extending my thoughts to mi gente querida y mi patria. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. To my right, Councilmember Freeman.
Good evening. I would just like to add that during the season of Lent, wearing my green, just knowing this is the growing season and just acknowledging I'm in a season of reflection and just looking back over the last few years and just thinking about all the things and ways that things could have been different and what I can do moving forward. I do want to also just add early voting has started and that you should visit your early voting sites so that you're not having an excuse on election day for why you have not made it there. So I know there's a lot of folks who like to vote on election day, and that's fine. But if you're not one of those folks who are trying to do that, it would be highly encouraged that you go ahead and vote early at one of those voting locations throughout Durham. I did also want to just say that there's so much happening right now, and I just want to encourage us to be human with one another and offer grace and mercy, acknowledging that our words have meanings and can cause harm, that I want to make sure that we're being kind and compassionate to one another. We don't want to let this season of hate and season of kind of vitriol that's been developing over the last few years take over what we've been able to do in our city and what we've been able to do in our communities. So let's keep moving forward. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, colleagues, and thanks for those comments, by the way, Councilwoman Freeman. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. Again, I echo my colleagues' comments, really welcoming the engaged participation from so many residents from the city of Durham. On a somewhat lighter note, but also serious note, I want to say that I had the pleasure of participating in the annual gala of Meals on Wheels this weekend. This is the 45th year of Meals on Wheels in Durham. If you don't know Meals on Wheels, they provide over 150,000 meals to mostly adults, but also other homebound individuals on an annual basis. Almost 700 volunteers participate on an annual basis in the work of Meals on Wheels. So I think it's a great model of community building and encourage others who are interested to get involved in Meals on Wheels. I should say, just on a lighter note, I want to give thanks to Mr. Mayor. Struggling out on the dance floor there, the mayor came to my rescue and provided some quick on-cue guidance on the Cupid slide. So thanks for that tutorial on the dance floor. So thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor Pro Tem. All right, my comments have been taken. I was going to say thank you to the budget staff for getting us started, and congrats on the award that they received. I was also going to talk about the Meals on Wheels Gala and how important that is, and how much fun we had just, supporting the cause and, just raising funds to ensure that service can be continued. And also just making sure that, we understand that early voting has started. And this state relies on Durham heavily, and we need to make sure that we are doing our part. All right? And you will need your ID to vote. You will need your ID to vote, so make sure you have that with you. All right, I look forward to us getting into this agenda tonight. And as soon as I can, locate my iPad. Oh, there it is. All right, here we go. All right, so I will go ahead and recognize the manager for any priority items she may have.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Williams, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the Durham City Council. The city manager's office has no priority items this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize our city attorney.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. It's good to see you. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items tonight.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. The City Clerk's Office also has no priority items tonight.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm just going to read on your screen. This is a small one. All All right, at this time, I'll read the consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of items previously discussed at our work session, including some items that have been carried over to the general business agenda. Item number 1, approval of city council minutes. Number 2, Durham Open Space and Trails Commission appointment. Number 3, Human Relations Commission appointment. 4, Mayor's Council for Women appointment. Number 5, Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee appointment. Number 6, Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointment. Number 7, Racial Equity Commission appointment. Number 8, December 2023 bid report. Number 9, Audit Services Oversight Committee 2023 annual report. Number 10, Billing and Collections Performance Audit, January 2024. 11, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau, DBA Discover Durham 2023 annual report. Number 12, 2023 Board of Adjustment annual report. 13, 2023 Appearance Commission annual report. 14, 2023 Durham Open Space and Trails Commission annual report. 15, 2023 Durham Planning Commission annual report. 16, 2023 Durham Historic Preservation Commission annual report. 17, resolution for conveyance of surplus properties to Durham Community Land Trustees Incorporated. 18, 2023 Citizens Advisory Committee annual report. 19, third amendment to license agreement with American Towers LLC for the Emergency Communications Department at Parkwood Tower. 20, Durham Cultural Advisory Board 2023 annual report. 21, Durham Environmental Affairs Board 2023 annual report. 22, Durham Convention Center Authority Board 2023 annual report. 23, Housing Appeals Board annual report for fiscal year 2023. 24, an amendment to non-discrimination ordinance. 25, First Amendment to contract with Infinity Bridges Incorporated to deliver Durham Momentum 360 Financial Academy. 26, 2023 Recreation Activity Advisory Commission annual report. 27, resolution accepting the City of Raleigh Stormwater Restoration Funding Agreement for the South LOB Stormwater Project. 28, First Amendment to Service Contract with Kimley Horn and Associates LLC. 29, contract with ESO Solutions Incorporated for records management system. 30, Street Smart LLC software as a service contract amendment. 31, 2023 Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission annual report. 32, interlocal agreement with the City of Durham, Central Pines Regional Council, and Durham County regarding cost sharing for the City of Durham, Durham County Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan. 33, amendment number 4 to professional services contract with DRMP Incorporated for Woodcroft Parkway Extension. 34, supplemental agreement number 4 for multimodal grants support with WSP USA Incorporated. 35, Tar River Land Conservancy Norris Farm Watershed Protection Project authorization to fund. 36, Eno River Association Riparia Gardens. I think I messed it up last time. Watershed Protection Project. 37, proposed bill credit for water customers completing water service line material surveys. 38, proposed boundary revision for the Southeast Regional Lift Station service area. 46, a resolution supporting an end to the violence between Israel and Palestine. 40, Consolidated Annexation, Sagebrook. 41, Consolidated Annexation, 5802 South Miami Boulevard Multifamily. 42, zoning map change, 1339 Coal Mill Road. 43, text amendment, remainder lot width. Yep. All right, is that everything? All right, I'll now entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Move to adopt consent.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
General business. Okay. Okay. All right, so we are now, thank you so much. We're now on our first general business agenda item.
Are you going to do the resolution first or last? Because that's
Yeah.
on general business.
That is, I'm sorry, I overlooked that. Okay, so our first order of business is discussing the resolution supporting an end to the violence between Israel and Palestine. All right, as we get into this, I do have well over 50 speakers signed up for this. And so, one moment, please. All right, council colleagues, I have well over 50 speakers signed up for the resolution, and I have, I believe, four people signed up. Just a few people signed up for Sagebrook public hearing, and I don't think I have any for, and I have just a few for the others. Would it be the pleasure of this council to allow us to adjust the agenda based on the speakers? Would you all be okay with that?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I will certainly defer to your judgment, but I think our regular practice actually would put the pulled items at the end of the meeting, and we would just go on with the regular business, and then whatever's pulled, we go at the end of the night. So that's how we do it, regular order, but I'll certainly defer to the judgment of the council and your discretion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Thank you. Is it GBA or is it pulled?
I think it's GBA. It's not a pulled item.
Not our practice because it's not a pulled consent item. I am perfectly fine doing the zoning cases first, if other council members are fine with that. I just wanted to clarify the consent agenda versus the GBA agenda item because it's not on consent. So typically we would do general business and then our public hearings on zoning. And I'm perfectly comfortable based on what everybody else has to say.
We're going to start with
Switching the order and taking.
Yes, the zoning cases. I just don't have that many people signed up for them. However, this is the stack for a ceasefire.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I just tell folks out in the crowd why?
Yes.
Okay. So typically.
I don't mind, I'm sorry.
Okay. I took your yeses to yes, go. Thanks. Just so folks aren't confused, since there are so many people here to speak on item number 46, it is a way to get the folks, applicants and others, including staff, who are planning staff, who may not need to stay until we get through. And so that is why we are making that suggestion. I just didn't want folks to not understand what was happening. Thank you.
I would just add that would also allow for more folks to be in the room, if we could let some of those other folks who need to just go ahead and get on.
Sounds good. We're not letting anyone else in right now because of capacity. If we address these items here, first we'll be able to allow folks to leave and then let more people in. Let's see which is the first one, Sagebrook. That is number 40. All right. All right. Hello there. All right, we are on item number 40. Also, before we get into this, there are a lot of people here and there are a lot of people outside as well, well over 100. So if I call your name, what I'm going to do is call everyone's name for this item. If you're not in here, I am going to, if that person is not in here, and if you can hear me outside, I will write your name down and pass it over to the clerk for her to go and have you come inside to speak if you have signed up. So for this item, just so we can get it going on step, what I'll do is just call their name out real quick. Staff report. Okay. Actually, we'll go ahead and hear the staff report for item number 40.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening. I'm Andy Lester of the Planning Department, and I'm happy to be here with you tonight. Before I begin, I would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. This case was originally heard at the October 2nd, 2023 City Council meeting and referred back to staff so the applicant could perform additional research and make any changes to the proposal for the council to consider. These included researching the 1-foot strip of land's ownership adjacent to the site, providing ownership documentation, and providing additional commitments such as 10 income-restricted units, an additional Durham Public Schools contribution of $60,000. These proffers are not reflected in the staff report, but listed in the development plan. At the January 2nd, 2024 City Council meeting, the applicant requested a continuance. The public is still open. An item is before the council for your consideration. Thank you, and then staff and the applicant are here for any questions.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, we've heard the staff report. Are there any questions for staff? All right, this item is a public hearing, and at this time I'll declare that public hearing open. And I will, we have the applicant here. I'll go ahead and read those names so we can just ensure we have them available online or in person. And I do have a lot of people here saying that they're in person, Madam Clerk, rather than not virtual. So that's Donna Standback, Pamela Williams, Wanda Allen, and I think Randy Herman is the applicant, or, okay, gotcha. Those names that I called, are you all in here? Oh, there's the crew. There they are. All right, you're here. And I have also online, which would be Rebecca Freeman, Tina Motley Pearson, and Jason Zadat. So if you can check to see if they're online, Madam Clerk, I'd appreciate it. Okay, good. All right, Mr. Herman, how much time do you are the applicant, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right. How much time do you believe you think you need?
Well, I was thinking about that. Some of the members of council that are seated now were not here when we initially presented it, so I'm not sure if I should represent the entire case or just do an update.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
I'm going to say, so are you planning to present the whole case right now?
I'm just going to do highlights, if that's okay.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you can give 10 minutes. You don't have to use all 10.
Thank you, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council. Randy Herman, attorney from the law firm of B.A. Folk. I'm here representing the applicant, Capital City Homes, with regard to this rezoning application for Sagebrook. As stated, this has come before the council before, but some changes have been made to the proposal from the previous version. And so I wanted to give an overview of the entire case. So first of all, I did want to state that the two owners of Capital City Homes and also the engineer were planning to be here tonight. They weren't able to get into the building and were hoping to come back. But since the agenda got switched, I'm able to reach them, but they are not here in the building right now. But to begin with, who is Capital City Homes? Capital City Homes is a local builder. It's basically two guys who own the company, founded in 2010, and since then they have built 1,250 homes approximately in the Triangle area. They build throughout the Triangle. They're based in Wake Forest, just down the road. And they are known for reasonably priced homes and environmentally responsible building. We'll talk about some of the details of that when we get to it. So as an overview, this property is located on Burton Road, near Cheek Road. It's 17.36 acres. The current zoning is rural residential, and the proposed zoning is PDR, Planned Development District, 6.943, to allow for up to 120 townhome units. So this is the subject property. It's these three parcels, again, on Burton Road, just north of Cheek. Currently, the property is undeveloped. On the place type map, this property is designated as residential mixed neighborhood. So as the policy says, the residential mixed neighborhood is intended for a variety of housing types. And specifically, if the property is fewer than 20 developable acres, the intent is that the project would increase the mix of housing types. So for a larger project over 20 acres, the intent is that the project would contain multiple unit types within the project. For a smaller one like this, which again is about 17 acres, the intent is that it increases the diversity of housing types by providing a housing type that is not available in that area. And that's exactly what this does. So all of the surrounding neighborhoods are detached single-family residential on relatively large lots. This again would be a townhome project and therefore would make available a type of housing that is not currently available in the area. So what does the comprehensive plan have to say about this? Again, the intent is to create a diversity of housing types. Mixed residential neighborhoods should be supported by existing public infrastructure, and we'll talk about the public infrastructure that's available to the site in a minute. Conservation design should be used, so sensitive environmental features are intended to be protected, and cluster development is supposed to occur on the least sensitive portions of the site. The existing zoning is rural residential. So under the Uniform Development Ordinance, rural residential is intended to be preserved long-term only within the rural tier. This property is located within the suburban tier, and so what the UDO says is that property within the suburban and urban tiers that have rural residential zoning are intended to be rezoned to more intensive zoning districts. So the UDO specifically contemplates that properties like this should be rezoned to allow for a greater density and to make use of the infrastructure that the city has invested in. So this is the development plan. So you can see there are significant areas of environmental concern, essentially the front of the property, the area along Burton Road. There is a stream with some wetlands surrounding it. That area is not intended to be developed, will not be developed. The current plan is for 2 crossings of that stream so that then townhomes can be built essentially behind it. So in keeping with the intent of the comprehensive plan, the units will be, as we say, cluster developed in the least sensitive areas, and the more sensitive areas will be preserved. Community benefits coming from this project. So the stormwater control measures will be sized for the 100-year storm. We are proposing a one-time donation, or we have committed to a one-time donation of $60,000 to Durham Public Schools. That's about $500 per unit. In addition, 10 dwelling units will be designated as income restricted for people making not more than 80% of the area median income. 10 units out of 120 is about 8%. In addition to those income restricted units, the rest of the units will be market rate, but will be significantly less than what is currently available in that area. So as you can see right now, or as of when I made this slide a couple weeks ago, the average home price for homes available in Durham at that time was $392,000. For homes specifically in this area, around this development, they range from $430,000 to $470,000. So again, the homes that are available in the area tend to be single-family detached houses, larger houses on larger lots. The target price for these units would be $300,000. So even at the market rate units, they would still be significantly cheaper than the overall average for the city, and significantly cheaper than the homes that are currently available in this part of the city. If the property were not to be rezoned and were to be developed under the existing rural residential zoning, we could get somewhere between 12 and 15 homes. These would be 1-acre homes on well and septic. Property is currently in the county. And our analysis is that in order for that project to make sense, because again, we would still have to cross the stream. Stream crossings are very expensive. So in order for that development with single-family homes to make sense, you would be looking at houses that are at least $800,000. So and of course, the commitments would not apply. So by rezoning this property, the city has the ability to make it possible for there to be more homes at a lower price, and also to create this commitment for specifically affordable, dedicated affordable units. We also have a series of design commitments, to give the council a sense of what the property will look like. So even though these will be sold at a relatively low price, these are not cheaply built homes. They're not poorly made homes. They'll have 30-year architectural shingles, clad in brick and stone siding. Windows on the signs, and there's also a provision for what we call a non-monotony provision, so that not all the units will look the same. It gives some variety of appearance among those homes. This is not a commitment, but just to give a sense, because the commitment is again craftsman style townhomes. Not everybody may have a sense of what that looks like, so this is just to give an idea of what those units might look like in neutral colors. In addition to the rezoning, this is a consolidated annexation, so we're also asking for the property to be annexed into the city limits. As staff pointed out in the report, this would be a non-contiguous annexation, but only technically. So as you can see from this map, there is one lot between our property and the contiguous city limits of the city. In addition, and that's to the west, also to the north and south, you can see that there are contiguous limits essentially surrounding this site with existing neighborhoods. So although we understand the city's position that it would prefer not to do any more non-contiguous annexation, we think in this case it does make a lot of sense, and it's only non-contiguous in the technical sense. In addition, the reason why the city has a policy of not wanting to do non-contiguous annexation has to do with infrastructure, not wanting to extend additional infrastructure, far out from the city limits. But in this case, that doesn't apply. Even though the surrounding lots are all in the county, not in the city, there is city water and sewer running in all of those roads for whatever reason from when the properties were developed. So that infrastructure is already out there. The city has already invested in it, and we would be able to tap into that and make use of it in a way that we think makes sense for the city. And this just shows the specific utility connections that would be made in order to connect this to the existing infrastructure. Happy to answer any questions that any members of council have, and we ask for your support.
Thank you so much, and I am going to start with my online speakers. Yeah. All right, I have Jason Zadat. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Howard.
All right, you can speak closer into the mic. I can barely hear you.
Okay.
That's much better. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I own the lots right behind the proposed developments. And as we speak right now, we are landlocked and we have no access to any roads. I mean, we right now live in New Jersey, me and my wife, but we originally from North Carolina, and we are planning to retire down there. And we don't have any access. And we were basically opposing the whole thing, the development due to the landlocked and to that 1 foot. They told us about there is a 1 foot between their developments and the lots right behind it. And here recently, I found out that they found out who owned that lot, and it just the main concern here for us not to be landlocked by this development. I would say so. That's our main concern, that because that will render our plan to develop the lots or to move down there and retire down there. I guess we can't do it if we are landlocked, because we're not going to have access to anything, and we cannot afford to, to do anything, I guess, about it. So we would appreciate it if the board take that in consideration and make sure we're not going to be left with lots or with no access to any roads. We appreciate that. You want to add anything? Okay. I think that will be all.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, I'm sorry I didn't ask you before. Could you state your name? I mean, your name.
Yeah, my name is Ghassan. Yeah, Ghassan Ziada.
Okay, and could you state your address, please, for the record?
Yes.
Okay.
We live right now.
That's okay. Thank you. You don't have to.
Yeah, but we have that. Yes. You got it right there?
Yep, we're all good. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. All right, Madam Clerk, next I have Tina Motley Pearson. Tina, can you hear me?
Sorry. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good to go. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. I don't know if it's possible for staff to put up attachment E up for people to see. It was just up for a little bit when the applicant spoke. Good evening, City Council. My name is Tina Motley Pearson, and my address is on file. If you are able to look at attachment E, be aware that the elevation change is at least 30 feet, and that concerns me because of the possibility of blasting. Also notice that there is an existing neighborhood, and some of these houses were built in the 1970s and earlier, so they may be on wells. I know there's water and sewer out there, though. But if there is blasting, I hope that we don't have the same fiasco as what happened to the 10 wells off Junction Road, which still haven't been fixed since the blasting ruined them over a year ago. And, I know it seems like we're sort of beating the same drum for years, and we continue because the problems aren't solved. There's sediment issues from new development, water pollution, damage to local residents' homes and wells from blasting with no accountability, lack of infrastructure, EMS, and fire services. The list goes on. But it is important to keep bringing these topics up because a lot of these issues aren't resolved and more developments are continuously being annexed. And I know it's difficult to build in highly erosive triassic basin soils without having problems with sediment, especially with mass grading and blasting. So do we know if this development will require blasting? If so, how will that affect all the homes surrounding the new development? And what kind of safeguards are in place to protect the existing residents? Past experience has shown that there are no safeguards. Panther Creek is already polluted. Will more development contribute to its degradation? Please keep these issues in mind when you consider the density of developments. We should limit mass grading and blasting in environmentally sensitive areas. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, I have Rebecca Freeman. Is she on there? No, Wanda, that was in person.
Hello?
Hey, there you go. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Rebecca Freeman with Southeast Durham 27703, and thank you for your time tonight. Three factors should be enough to say no to this project. First of all, Panther Creek runs along one long border of this site, as shown by the 2 creek crossings, which is not a great idea. Durham City Water tested Panther Creek water quality in 2019. The water quality was 81 out of 100, a low B. Just 2 years later, in 2021, water quality score dropped to 74, a low C, in just 2 years. Their report stated, water quality concerns are enough to keep Panther Creek from its intended uses by people and wildlife. With the aggressive topography on the site and located in triassic soil basins, both mass grading and blasting will be required to reach the slab-built dwelling density of 6.943. Mass grading blasting destroys all trees, vegetation, roots on the site, leaving a desolate, dusty desert that with rainfall heaves heavy loads of sediment ending up in creeks right there in Panther Creek in the area there. High velocity runoff rips away stream banks, trees fall into creeks, then impaired drainage and flooding already costing taxpayers millions of dollars in multiple stream restorations. New stormwater regulations have not documented effectiveness. Creeks still run red after rainfall. I'm assuming blasting is needed for this, and it's what Tina mentioned just a moment ago. County residents are being victimized due to unpaid damages. Damages are huge, often running into thousands of dollars. House foundations have cracks and failures. Interior walls have separating from the ceilings. Uneven interior floors cause elderly and disabled residents difficulty in getting around inside their own homes. Cracks in home exteriors due to air blast. And all this comes at a heavy price forced on county residents. After 2 years of suffering through damages, enough is enough. I say, please, no more. Why doesn't somebody realize that aggressive topography change in this site is not compatible, and this is not compatible with mass grading and blasting, in addition to the Triassic Basin soils? Destroying natural drainage that developed over thousands of years destroys our creeks. The environmental devastation continues in Southeast Durham, but where are the environmentalists in Durham? Where are they in Wake County, in North Carolina? Where is the outrage of these streams running red and all this massive blasting? Why does Durham enlarge its tax base at the expense of county residents? Why are county residents being ignored? Why keep pushing a square peg into a round hole time and time again to try to come out with the same result? Why not try something different? Figure out a way to develop within the constraints of topography and difficult Triassic Basin soils.
Thank you so much, Ms. Freeman.
Our environment and work with it.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. All right, at this time, I am going to, it's not that many, so I'll go ahead and call all the names you can just queue up. I have Donna Stanback, Pamela Williams, Wanda Allen, and that's it.
Uh-oh.
You have a presentation? All right.
Just a couple. Okay. Good evening.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Williams and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and council members. My name is Donna Steinbach, and I am a lifelong member of this neighborhood, Redwood. And I was raised about a half a mile from the intersection. This proposal is inconsistent with the place type map policies 174 and 175. I guess the interpretation is different because we looked at it and said that within that development, it should have mixed residential types and not isolated in discrete parts of the development. And with policy 175, it also mentions about with the less than 20 acres, it should be a mix of housing types in immediate vicinity. All mixed residential neighborhoods should include housing at a variety of price points and sizes. So I live out there, and I can tell you the average price
of the house is not, or a townhouse is not around $400,000. That is not the price, and if these come out in our neighborhood, it will drive our taxes up, because most, a good average price for out there is around $200,000. So now, for a townhouse, maybe somewhere else in Durham, it might be different. Right now, only townhouses are proposed. I would request a single family and a townhouse be mixed due to the existing traffic and the crashes in the area and to fit into the existing neighborhood. Input from the community included flooding, runoff, affordability, higher density forcing more impervious and more flooding, loss of rural area, impact to wildlife there at Panther Creek. There are 2 vehicular crossings at the creek, and these generally cause environmental issues. The buffer in the zone map change report, I think, needs to be updated, or it's saying 20 foot and 4% opacity, but it should be, the border should be 30 foot and 6.06 opacity with 10 foot undisturbed. The traffic is a bad intersection at a level of service D, and it will be at a level of service F with this development. There's no transit plan out there. It is a non-contiguous city parcel, and it does not meet the 15-minute community rule by the comprehensive plan. Travel is forced by car. Blasting is probable.
Thank you so much.
I am against it. Do you have a separate slide?
Good to see you, Ms. Wanda. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Wanda Allen. I live in Durham, and my address is on record.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for my slide to come up.
Madam Clerk, just let's hold.
Okay.
All right, now you can start.
Everyone. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I truly was looking forward to this proposal tonight and this plan because I was looking forward to see how some of the new policies was going to be implemented on this plan. So let's look at this chart here. This plan does not meet any of the requirements that are listed in the comprehensive plan, and that was approved by you, City Council, and as well as the County Commissioners. Policy 103, 104, 116, 171, 182. The policy clearly states complete neighborhood is a place of residence, live and have easy access to the needs of food, life, medicine, schools, libraries, and all the basics within the 10 to 15-minute walk or bus or bike ride. This proposal does not meet this. The proposal does not meet or contribute to creating a place where the citizens can serve by a commercial place, a library. There is not transportation proposed for this. There's no sidewalks. Burton Road is a very heavy trafficked area. A lot of people use this to come from Roxborough. They use it for the construction commercial vehicles. So definitely, it does not meet policy 116, 171, and 182. Also, policy 103 and 104 addresses parks. Ensure that all residents live in the urban growth boundary or within a safe 10-minute walking distance to a public parkland. Please note, the park was taken out of this project. The policy clearly includes a mix of residential and non-residential use and a mix of housing types. So I'll give you just a short overview tonight that this project does not meet what we as citizens have worked so hard with the Planning Department to come up with a comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Williams. My address is on file. And I'm going to jump right into it. There are no proposed improvements near this site per the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan for roads, transit, pedestrians, and bicyclists. This type of development that will require car dependency should be built closer to the urban area where multimodal exists and is accessible with little extra expense to the city. Per the comprehensive plan approved in October 2023, this site doesn't meet the following policies. Policy 59 states drastically reduces automobile dependency. Policy 61, prioritize transportation services for residents without access to car. There are no amenities, grocery stores, parks, schools, jobs, etc. within 2 to 5 miles. Policy 69 is not met. Improved transportation and land use planning. There is no proactively designed for future transportation in this area. Policy 103, within a safe 10-minute walking distance of a public parkland. The only way to a park is by a car, and no parks are planned within 10 minutes of this site. Again, this site, as proposed, does not offer access to nearby jobs, education facilities, services, and transit except by cars. I would like to bring to your attention that within the last 4 years, the major intersection at the ends of Burton Road include 8 crashes at Cheek Road, which is about 500 feet up from this site, and 11 crashes at Gear Street, which is approximately 6,000 feet north of the site. Again, Burton Road is used to cross from I-85 over to 70, and Nellatier drives their trucks down it quite a bit from the quarry. Even though these roads at this site are state-owned, the approval of high-density developments has increased the vehicles at or above the roadway's capacities without any plans to improve the roadway system. Please consider the increasing impact that this will do to this area. Again, because of the connections to Chadwick, it's not available. Kids want to ride a bike in the Glen Forest community area from this townhouse. They have no access. I urge the applicant and Durham staff to find a way to provide access for cars and kids in the neighborhood, so only one driveway on Burton Road will be needed. Since there's 2 there now, and it's just a short distance from the intersection of Cheek Road. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, those are all of the cards that I have, all of the speakers I have. This is a public hearing. Those are all of the cards I have, and this is a public hearing. At this time, I will allow the applicant to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I just wanted to say a few things quickly just to correct the record. Our analysis is that no blasting will be required at this site. We're not 100% on that, but there is no indication that blasting will be required. There will be mass grading because it's townhomes, and there's no practical way to grade individual lots for townhomes because they all sit kind of together. So you have to do the whole slab at once or else it doesn't make any sense. So there will be mass grading, but we don't expect that there will be any blasting. Regarding the mix of housing types, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but we believe we are meeting the intent of that policy by building a housing type that is not currently available in the area. So right now there are no townhomes in the immediate area. They're all detached single-family homes. And essentially the policy says that for projects that are less than 20 acres, you meet that by providing a housing type that is different from what is surrounding the site. You don't necessarily have to provide different housing types within the site just because it's kind of a smaller project. We will be building sidewalk along the front of our project on Burton Road. It is true that there are not any other sidewalks right now to connect it to. We hope that those will come eventually, but we are building what we can on the area that we have control of. And finally, for Mr. Ziadat, he owns 5 lots that are immediately behind this project. His northernmost lot touches Chadwick Road, so he does have access to the road. It's certainly possible that he could provide access to the rest of his lots. They're all contiguous, but regardless, those lots were landlocked when that neighborhood was platted back in the 60s. That certainly wouldn't be allowed now, but it was allowed at the time that it was developed. Whether or not we will be able to provide access to him, we think is not a matter for the rezoning. That's a matter for when we do a site plan approval further along in the process. We may or may not be required to provide access, but that's going to be true regardless of whether the property is rezoned or not. Even if we were to develop it under the existing rural residential zoning, we might have to provide him access, we might not, but it's not really, it doesn't affect the rezoning either way. Happy to answer any questions from a member of council.
Right. All right, I'll now declare this public hearing to be closed, and the matter is back before the council. Colleagues. Councilmember Cook.
Okay, good evening. I have several questions. I'm just going to start out. This might be a better one for staff. Did we get a definitive answer on who owns that small strip of land?
I can answer that.
Okay, great.
Or either way. Yes, so we did research the title of that 1-foot strip. We have identified the owner. So when the adjacent subdivision was developed back in the 60s, this was a piece that was retained by the original developer, whose name was Jim Holt. Let's see if I can bring this up. So it was originally owned by the developer, Jim Holt, and his wife, Jean Roberts Holt. Mr. Holt has died, but his wife is still alive. She's about 96. So we have been in touch with her son, who is her power of attorney. We're under contract to purchase that 1-foot strip. So we do intend to purchase it.
And with that purchase, would that would there be an extension of Chadwick Road, or was there a different plan for that purchase?
So first of all, there are two halves of it. So the Ms. Holt owns a 50% interest. The other 50% interest that was owned by Mr. Holt has gone through a couple of steps and eventually is now in the name of a trust. We've been talking to the trust, but we don't have an agreement with them yet. But the intent is to purchase that as well. But the 1-foot strip is not part of the rezoning proposal. As you've seen, the development plan does not show road locations other than those stream crossings, so it's possible that we may need to extend it when we get further along in the process. But it's not, we would prefer not to for environmental reasons. There's an area of wetlands up there that would be better not to disturb if possible. But if we have to extend it, we'll extend it. But again, we don't believe that affects the rezoning either way. That's going to be true regardless of what the zoning of the property is.
Thank you. So my next question is about capacity. So I see on the proposal that you have proposed 37% as a maximum impervious site. We've also heard the number 120 townhomes, and I also read that there's not going to be any garages. So what is the size of the townhomes that we're looking at? Can you give me a scale of bedrooms, that sort of thing? And I'm just having a little bit of trouble understanding how all of these things are going to fit on such a small.
Sure. So first of all, the commitment for no garages was taken out at the last revision, so that is no longer a commitment.
Thank you.
They may have garages, they may not. It's not committed either way. Yes, 120 townhomes will fit within the 37% impervious. The rest of the property will not be developed. Again, it's 17 acres, so there is plenty of room for that number of units. They are intended to be either 2 or 3-story, probably about 2 to 3 bedrooms.
And you had a slide earlier about proposed sale value. You said that you were going to target $300,000.
That's right.
Where did you get that number? Is that something that you've compared other townhomes to in the area?
So a lot of it is based on the cost of inputs, so the land, labor, materials. We want to sell townhomes, so as cheap as we can make them, that still makes sense and works within the parameters of what things cost. That's what we're going to do, and our analysis is that we can do them for about $300,000, assuming that there's no major change in like lumber costs between now and then, which does sometimes happen, but that is the intent.
Gotcha. And then I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit towards the entry and exit. I know that there's going to need to be a crossing of some wetlands. Could you just give us a little bit more detail about that?
Let's see if this, so there are 2 locations proposed on the development plan for stream crossings, and the development plan, of course, is an element of the rezoning. So those locations would be the locations that we would have to use if the rezoning is approved. So they both come from Burton Road, and are located where they are also to minimize impacts on the other wetlands that are located on there. The engineer, Tim Grissinger, is also here and is now, he wasn't here earlier, but is available to answer questions if needed, just for the record.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, good to see you, Mr. Herman. You mentioned no blasting on the site, correct? Can you make a commitment to that?
Hold on. Yes.
Okay. Good on that stuff? We've seen a couple changes since the Planning Commission. One of the biggest ones was the 10 units of we call it affordable housing, 80% AMI for 30 years, which is a little less than 10%, but pretty close to the comprehensive plan goal. So that's good to see. You received a 0-12 vote at the Planning Commission. Can you speak to that and what you think you've done to bring things, make it put it in a better place to earn our approval?
Yes. So the main things that we have changed since then, we've added the commitment, all 3 of those primary commitments. I lost my slide. All 3 of these have been added since Planning Commission. I believe we did have a proffer to Durham Public Schools at the time, but it was much smaller. So the commitment to capture the 100-year storm, again, $500 per unit to Durham Public Schools, and then the 10 committed affordable units. All of those have been added since Planning Commission as a response to the feedback that we got. And we certainly understand Planning Commission's concerns and have been attempting to address them.
Thank you. Just a couple things here. I just wanted to mention a couple things. One is you talked about the utilities, the fact that this is contiguous with municipal boundary. I would also add services to that. So maybe the utilities are there, but this does mean that trash trucks, fire, police, they're going to have to cross county land to get to non-contiguous land, which for one development is fine, but if we keep doing this over and over, and that is why it is a comprehensive plan policy, and that is why it is something that we do need to consider while we make these decisions, because death by 1,000 paper cuts, little by little, and it can have an impact. And also, something that just doesn't sit well with me is when developers talk, and I think there's a couple ways of interpreting it. It's providing information of the kinds of development that's allowed today by right in the county under the existing zoning, but the other way of interpreting that is sort of a threat of, we will develop this way if you don't give us exactly what we have requested. And I think the message that I often convey, and a couple other colleagues up here often convey, is we're open to rezonings and development, but we request rezonings that are consistent with the comprehensive plan. And this one is very close to consistency with the comprehensive plan in a lot of ways, and does have me weighing both sides of this one. It's not so clear cut. It's an awkward site, it's an awkward parcel. Commissioner Cease, who I've quoted before, he had some things to say here that it's just a single housing type. It may technically meet the MRP, the mixed residential place type, under the 20-acre threshold, just barely, but the proposal doesn't contribute to creating a place where, quote, residents are served by supporting commercial, civic, institutional places in the immediate area. And that's important. And we're not getting those kinds of rezonings over and over and over. And I feel like applicants are coming and threatening to build under the current zoning regulations as an excuse for never, ever meeting the comprehensive plan policies. And we just can't continue to keep approving those types of rezonings. And this one is an awkward site. And so I'm undecided right now. So turn things over to my colleagues.
We're just going down now. Okay. Thank you. Real quick, you had the slide where it showed basically the map of the lots. Can you pull that up? Thank you.
That one?
Thank you. Whoever did that, thank you. So I had just a question. So I get, it's a non-contiguous, and I understand where the services are in the road, and so it makes a little bit more sense to me. Like, I can understand why there's an ask to be annexed. Were there any conversations with neighbors around helping? Because my guess is probably there might be neighbors who also want those services, but it's probably cost prohibitive for them to tie into that sewer and water. I know that our fees are pretty high. So just out of curiosity, was there any conversation with neighbors about being a good neighbor and maybe helping?
I have not heard from any of the neighbors that is something that they want. It's a mix in that surrounding neighborhood. There is water and sewer in the road. Some of the lots are connected, some of them are not. So it's kind of a mix, but my understanding is that I don't believe that there's anybody out there who doesn't have city water that really wants it.
And then with the neighbor behind you that's landlocked, same thing? Like, what conversations, just for colleagues' sake, I'm leaning yes, because if I go to the actual table at the end, I think it's our attachment 16 in our packet, and you just go by and you just do a count of consistency with the comp plan, it's way more yeses than nos. And I think and this is some of the issues I actually have with our comp plan, the ask for services and all of this diversity, like, you get that with density. Nobody's going to put a grocery store, no one's going to put commercial, because they have to, all of it, whether we have an opinion on it or not, isn't, at the end of the day, people build things to make money. That's the system. We can all have an opinion on whether we like that system, but that's not what we're doing when we do rezonings. And so to get transit, to get some of these amenities that folks name, which are good, there has to be a lot more housing to make the numbers work for people who would maybe want to do commercial or a mix. And I think when we start to see some of this stuff filling in, I think we are going to see proposals where there's a small commercial or there's something else. But if we keep saying no, then we're just going to keep getting, it's like we just get into a cycle of yes, single-family homes that are more auto-driven. Like, at some point, one thing makes the other thing go. And maybe I'm rambling a little bit here. So I don't necessarily love a lot of things that we see, but it is around choices. Our choices are, in that slide, we're going to get 14 homes, and if you drive out 98 towards Wake Forest, you'll see lots of $800,000 single-family homes, subdivisions being built. That is way more expensive than many residences, I would say most residents in Durham can afford. It's not that it's not getting built, it's the things, it's worse than. So I hear my colleagues around that. That feels really hard, but that's also often our practical reality. And so I think I want to hear your answer around the neighbor behind you, though, because that is important to me.
So, I'm sorry, what was the question?
So I'm concerned about the guy. I know you're saying it doesn't matter about the rezoning, but you're here for a rezoning, so I'm going to ask you about your neighbor behind you. And is there a way to work with him around connectivity or not?
I believe there is. So you can see on the development plan, all that green area up at the top, that's right at the end of where Chadwick Road ends now. So if you just extend it straight from the line of where it is, you end up going through those wetlands, which is not something we want to do either. So we are trying to avoid that as much as possible, but we do think there's a way to work with him. I would point out again that the top lot you can see there right up at the corner, that is also one of his lots, so he owns that one and the 4 below it. So he does have road access on his northernmost lot, and he owns those contiguous lots. But we are going to work with him to see what we can do. I just talked to him on the phone earlier today, and we are going to try and get him a connection.
Thank you. That's it for now.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I had a couple questions for staff. And one thing just jumped out at me, and I can see myself in the mirror sticking out. But one thing jumped out at me when we're talking about the landlocked area and that being okay in the 60s. Is there a plan around addressing this on a larger scale for properties we know?
Unfortunately, it's not. Basically, it's typically new development has to correct that situation.
Okay. And to that point, I think this is how we end up in these very touchy situations around development. I will say that I'm concerned that the park, is there a reason you're not including the park? Or can you explain why you're not including the park?
I was confused about that comment too. There was never a proposal to have a park as part of this project, so I'm not sure where that's coming from.
So there's no open space?
There are open space,
that
yes.
is
There are
publicly available
amenities.
to folks in the community?
Yes, there are. Not as a public park, as part of the project.
Just as open space on the project?
Yes.
Okay, and so
There are
for
specific
Chadwick
commitments.
specifically, it may not necessarily have to be, because it is in the wetlands, a road for heavy traffic, but it could be a trail that allows for a vehicle to come through. I mean, I think that these are alternative ways to try and make sure that person that's landlocked is not. I mean, if it's just one property owner on those 6 lots, I mean, I manage.
Yeah, and we'd have to talk to transportation about whether that's allowed too. There's
and then
limitations on how small those roads can be, but.
I do want to echo my colleagues Cook and Baker, just in acknowledging like the threats are useless for me. I could care less what you do with the land, as long as it benefits the city. I want to be very clear, like community benefits are the strongest part of this. And if they're not going to benefit the city, so if you're not offering a school, a daycare center, even just commercial space for a market, it doesn't necessarily have to be a supermarket. It doesn't necessarily have to be a large commercial site. but if you're not making something available that the community can use, the benefits are low. And so that makes me apprehensive on rezoning cases like these. I hear my colleagues on the, concern about the 800,000. I don't have a concern about whether you're building at 800,000 on septic and sewer. That's what you want to do with the land. That's up to you.
For the record, that we don't want to do that.
So as long as
I
you
don't think
don't
anybody
want
wants
do
to build that there.
We're in good conversation because the community benefits should outweigh that concern around the wetlands. And the two stormwater crossings specifically are, I'm apprehensive on that side as well, just acknowledging this is a site in an area where this is not an independent development. There's been so many developments that the water in that area, in the creeks and the lake, are actually orange. And that is because of the Triassic soil. And so I heard you on, you'll need to do the mass grading based on the townhouse or townhome sites, or essentially grading for the townhome sites. And because it's smaller, 17 acres, I know it doesn't fall into the kind of grading tiering system that we created. And so I would like to hear your plan around how you're going to keep that sediment, if we did approve, out of the water.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm Tim Grissinger from Bateman Civil Survey. Yeah, we've had discussions about ways to protect the environment beyond than what the code requires currently. We talked about doing like just above treatment devices like double silt fence. The city did make us extend those buffers from 50 feet to 100 feet to provide some more buffering to the environmental features currently on the property. So yeah, we're not opposed to going above and beyond to try to reduce sediment leaving the site and getting into those environmental features by any means. So, but yeah.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
If I can say one more thing on that. This rezoning process has been going on for a while, so at the beginning, there were items that we offered as commitments in terms of additional screening that through the passage of time eventually were added to the UDO and are now required everywhere. So we were trying to get out ahead of that, and it just ended up being requirements for everybody.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Councilmember Rist.
I just have one question for the applicant. So I'm concerned about affordable housing. You've made significant text commitments since the Planning Commission heard this, and I think it's like 8 months ago. It's been a long time. And so the 8% affordable is as Councilmember Baker said, we want to see up to that target with new developments. Can you say more about the price point? I want to understand this. So you said 300,000. I mean, of course, that excludes the 10 units that are affordable, right?
Yes.
So is that are we talking low 300s? And what is this a range, or tell me more about the price point?
So ultimately, it'll be the market rate for what the market is at the time that they're built. And of course, at this point of the process, you're looking at 1.5 years, 2 years before you're actually having homes for sale. But that is our analysis. If they were built today, that's what we could build them for, is 300. Not 380, not 390, it's 300,000.
That's all the units except the ones
except for the dedicated affordable, which of course will be less.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, colleagues, for really excellent questions and conversation. First off, I want to call attention to a fairly new attachment to our package, and I want to commend the staff. Attachment O says Comp Plan Consistency Analysis. And what that is a graphic showing, and to our friends from the county, I think this is really important. The policies in the comp plan, we just don't pick randomly and apply them to a project. There are specific relevant policies that are tethered to the project, depending upon the nature of the project. And there's a really excellent listing of the relevant policies to this development proposal. And if you use if you use a preponderance approach, the majority of the policies, they are in compliance or exceed. If you use a strict approach, then if there's 2 or 3 that they miss out of 13, you have to decide as a decision maker where you're going to come down. If you're going to apply the strict approach, good luck in maintaining Durham's dominance as the driving engine of our economic superiority. If you're going to use the preponderance approach, well, it's over 90%. So I just want to put that out and thank the staff for using this. I think it helps us keep faith with the comprehensive plan that we passed not too long ago. How each leader employs it, I think, is going to be left up to each leader. I do want to ask a couple of questions, and I had put a couple of queries to you about the that strip of land when last we were together, so thank you for clearing that up. We also engaged a little bit on the garage. And my recollection is that part of the affordability was tied to not having garages and therefore being able to do more square footage. And today you've represented that we may or may not have garages. So I just want to, let me finish my question. I just want to be clear that that hasn't changed. If garages are now negotiable, how does that impact the representations that were made about affordability based upon square footage sans garages?
Yes, so that commitment for no garages has been removed. So for each individual block of townhomes or for each unit, you can either have a garage or you have more first floor living space. So we don't know for sure whether they will have garages or not. There also are considerations involving the roads, whether they're public roads or private roads that go into that as well, because if you have a garage, you can count that as a parking space. If you don't, then you have to have more parking, right? So you have to have more parking within the project. So our preference would still be, in most cases, for the units not to have garages, and as we said last time, that does help to bring the price points down, and as we've discussed, we are trying to provide a product that's going to be reasonably priced and lower than the average price for the city, but it's now not committed either way, so it'll be as we go.
So is the situation that they all will or will not, or some may and others won't?
Yeah, I believe it's kind of too early to tell. I think during our last meeting, there was a plan not to, and I think that's kind of how that was elaborated to you guys. But now I feel like the developers come back and, I mean, it's open-ended at this point with garages or no garages. So I don't. Yeah, it's either going to be all or none. So if that answers your question, but I don't think that's been quite yet determined at this point as to which route they're going to be, all or none. So, but yeah, it'll be one or the other.
And to be clear, if it's all, that will include also the income restricted ones. They will have garages as well.
That's correct.
All right. You're a local outfit, you say, right? How large would you characterize your group as being?
So the company is basically 2 guys, and you know, they're various contractors, but the company is 2 guys.
How many years you been doing this?
So just for record, not me, I'm an attorney, but
right. Your client.
Yes, my client. So they've been in business since 2010. They built about 1,200 houses in that time.
Okay. That's all my questions. I do want to say, I've been threatened before. I didn't hear a threat from you tonight. What I heard was, and people watch our meetings, and it's an interesting observation. What I heard basically was you repeat back to us what's been coming from this dais from years. It has been a routine question from council members to ask, if we don't approve this development, then what will go there? And I think what we've heard is folks are starting to read our cards and read the green and are parroting back to us what is routinely trumpeted from this dais, reminding me of what will happen when we or I exercise my power as a matter of fact, to me, is not a threat. You can't threaten me with what I already know. And can't threaten me with what actually is the actual case. I think that it's important that when we say yes to something, we say no to something else. When we say no, we say yes to something else. That's just the nature of this business. And if managing outcomes for me, I think large, expensive, single-family homes on well and septic, which is very unsanitary and brings with it its own environmental issues, is less preferable than a multifamily, dense unit plugged to state-of-the-art water and sewer. For me, we can use this moment to send messages, or we can take the opportunity to actually impact our environment and use this moment. I send messages through resolutions. When it comes to actual zoning issues, this is where the rubber meets the road and where there are real-world impacts to our environment, to our citizenry, to those who look to us for leadership. I'm much like Councilmember Baker. I didn't know where I was going to vote on this issue at the beginning. I'm a little more comfortable now listening to the responses, looking at, again, this great attachment with the comp plan consistency analysis. I take a preponderance approach rather than, and this kind of sounds like a threat. If you don't come in at 100% of everything that the comp plan anticipates, then you're going to get a no. And I think it could be argued that it's felt a little threatening from what's coming from this dais sometimes to folk, which has very real-world impacts, policy impacts on our built environment and those who look to us for leadership. So, but I thank you all for really excellent observations and questions and comments. Thank you, Your Honor. I yield back.
Councilmember Cook.
I just want to address some concerns that I still have, and those are around, I have a few concerns. The first one is the access over the wetlands. I'm not sure that I feel comfortable with the environmental impact, and I know that that was a major issue for the folks in the Planning Commission. The transportation is still something that I find to be concerning, and also this price point issue, which I have done a deep dive on townhouses recently, because I do feel like we hear a lot at this dais about the projected sale prices for townhouses. And I, first of all, have seen what townhouses are available that are new builds in that price point, and there are not very many. And also, I see that the market is much higher. And what that means to me is that even if you sell those at that price point, there's no guarantee that they continue to be at that price point or that any Durham residents ever get to use them at that price point. Now, on the other side of things, we have a lot of things that have been addressed that were major concerns for me coming in tonight. So I am actually going to make a motion, and I'm not sure if this is in order, but I'm going to try it anyway, to send it back to the commission for further review. Because we have all of these proffers and these new commitments, we have a commission. They are appointed both by the city and by the county. There are 12 members, and they voted, there was 0 to 12, right? No to yes, or yes to no's. So not one single yes when it went through the commission. And this plan has changed a lot. And I believe that if we're going to sit here and appoint members to that commission, then we need to respect the things that come out of that group. And again, I know we've talked a lot about the comprehensive plan and how closely this aligns. It does seem that it's gotten closer to what we are hoping to see, or what Durham is hoping to see in that comprehensive plan. So it would be my motion tonight to send this back to the commission to get an updated review, given all of the changes that have been presented tonight.
If it is appropriate and the chair is amenable to that, I would second.
Point of order.
Point of order?
Yeah, the motion's not appropriate. It would be first of the applicant.
Excuse me.
I'm stating my.
Not doing that.
You can't rule on what hasn't been stated yet.
Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point of order. The motion, my assessment is out of order because it is the applicant's prerogative to request that the case go back. Secondarily, the Planning Commission is advisory. They have no authority whatsoever. I think it would be a dangerous precedent to suggest that sending something back to the Planning Commission to see what they might say in light of proceedings before an actual policy-making body is a precedent that I don't think we want to set. Moreover, we routinely vote down things that the Planning Commission said to vote for. So if we're not sending them back, if we're not voting for when they say yes, then what is the controversy in not voting for something or voting for something that they've said no to? So I think the motion's out of order because it's the applicant's prerogative. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just want to make it very clear that there is different situations and there are different instances and cases, and all the generalities in the world don't mean that we can't do what we need to do to make sure that the best outcomes come out for our residents in Durham. That's all.
Councilmember, Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I have a question for staff, actually. Hi. Didn't we put a limit on things around changes, and if they did something, if applicants did more than something, or am I just wrong about that? And then if, right, like we put a limitation on what they can change, essentially, right? Am I wrong on this?
Good evening, Sarah Young with the Planning Department. The ordinance does say that if there is a significant change, and significant is a very subjective word, that it should go back to the Planning Commission. But the ordinance in the Unified Development Ordinance in Section 3.511A, under action by the governing body, does say that number 4, following the public hearing, the governing body may approve the request, deny the request, or send the request back to the Planning Commission for additional consideration.
Thank you.
All right, there is a motion on the floor at this time.
I'm sorry, I have a real quick question for the applicant. How long have y'all been in this process? Sorry, it matters.
The initial application was submitted about 2.5 years ago.
Thank you. This is a question for staff. I'm sorry, Sarah. Thank you. If this is a big if on my, if it does get kicked back to Planning Commission, when could it be heard, and then when could it be back to us?
Give me one quick second. So at this rate, it probably, I'm looking at our internal super secret calendar. It probably would not make it back to Planning Commission until April. And then normally there is, at best case, another 6 weeks before it gets, so it may not get to you all till after your summer break.
That's what I was, thank you. So basically, we wouldn't hear it until August, is what you're thinking based on what y'all have. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, question? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. To the applicant, are you interested in having this sent back to the Planning Commission?
So obviously, it's the council's prerogative if they choose to do that. We would say that the things that have changed in the plan are additional proffers. They are not changes to the plan or the location of any anything on the site. So we don't believe that there would be a benefit to doing that, but certainly the council can has the authority to do what they want to do.
Sure. I'll say finally that my reading of, and I read all of the Planning Commission comments, your proffers, most of your proffers seemed to be in response to things that Planning Commissioners had written when they were against it some time ago. So the record will reflect that, you can just read what the Planning Commission's, for example, settling the matter with the strip of land, you've done that. Affordable housing, you've proffered income-restricted housing. I just want to, for the record, for myself, say that I don't want to in any way suggest to the public that I am in any way granting authority or purview to an advisory body that simply does not exist. And I want to simply say I do not want to communicate to the public that, if the Planning Commission still sends us a no back, is the Durham City Council the final arbiter of city business, suggesting that our votes are going to somehow be married to Planning Commission votes? They certainly haven't been thus far. We routinely vote no on things that the Planning Commission says yes to. why aren't we sending those back? So I just want to be very careful and remind our colleagues that the Planning Commission's role is advisory, and that the proffers that the applicants have made are almost directly reflective of what the Planning Commission has already said. I've got enough to vote on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and yes. Councilmember Baker. We're still in discussion.
Speak on the motion.
We're in discussion. Do you have a comment?
Motion specifically?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there was a second. There was a motion by Councilmember Cook. There was a second by Councilmember Freeman. This motion is, wait a minute. All right, so this motion would be to refer the case back to the Planning Commission. It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to open the vote. Ask you to close the vote, please.
The motion passes 4-3 with council members Williams, Middleton, and Caballero voting no.
Thank you. So at this time, you've heard the date, the timeline. The case will be referred back to, and just for clarity, this is back to the Planning Commission or back to staff, or for staff to bring that back to Planning Commission? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take that one. It seems quick, and then we'll take a break after that. Okay. All right, the next item that we have on the agenda is item 41. Item 41, and that is Consolidated Annexation 5802 South Miami Boulevard Multifamily.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy Lester with the Planning Department. This case was initially heard at the December 4th, 2023 City Council meeting. The City Council opened the public hearing and heard the report from staff and the applicant. The applicant requested a continuance to work through the impacts of the phase grading and tree preservation amendment. The case was heard at the January 2nd, 2024 City Council meeting, and the applicant requested a second continuance. The public hearing is still open, and the item is before you for consideration. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are here for any questions.
All right, this item is currently open. So this public hearing has been previously opened. You've heard the staff report, and now I will hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council. My name is Bree Farmer. Yes.
How much time do you think you need?
5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes it is. Madam Clerk, can you place 7 minutes on the clock? Thank you.
My name is Marie Farmer. I'm with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh, here on behalf of the applicant. As staff mentioned, last month we requested a continuance of this case to give the applicant an opportunity to meet with staff to discuss changes to the project to allow compliance with the new standards for tree coverage under the UDO. We had a productive meeting with the planning director and staff last month, and the applicant team has been working hard on a new concept plan for the site that will allow compliance. However, this new concept will result in a loss of density, and more layout and architectural planning is needed to determine whether that density will decrease by more than 20% of what is currently requested, because if it is below or above that 20%, then it will ultimately require a rezoning under the UDO. So as such, we are asking for this case to be referred back to staff for additional consideration. And should this be granted, it will provide the applicant an opportunity to revise the development plan as needed based on the new concept and the new density, and allow staff the opportunity to review those revisions before the case ultimately comes back here before the council. And we have discussed this with staff and confirm that staff is agreeable to this request if council is to grant it this evening. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
I'm comfortable moving forward and referring back to staff.
All right. Councilmember Cook.
Hey, thank you so much for coming tonight. I just have a couple questions really quickly. I know you talked about density as one of the things that you were discussing. When this presentation was made in front of the commission, I think there were a couple of other concerns. One about the lack of affordable housing that was proffered, and also one about the crossing of South Miami Boulevard, given that there's going to be no sidewalk and there's no current crosswalk, and you've got proposal for a lot of housing, and then on the other side of a very, very busy street, all of the amenities, which are a big selling point to the housing. Are you looking at either one of those two things, or seeking to look at any one of either of those two things?
Yes, absolutely. So particularly with the affordable housing right now, as it is shown on the development plan, we are requesting 540 units. This was because we were initially planning a two-phase development with structured parking. Now we are looking at potentially a one-phase project. We're still trying to incorporate that structured parking. So depending on the density that we're able to do, that will impact the affordable, and that's something that we're certainly going to consider as the case is referred back to staff. In terms of the sidewalk connection, that is something that we have done some fairly extensive work in looking at. Some of the issues that we have run into is the topography. There is pretty steep slopes there. So in order to put a sidewalk running north, there are some extreme challenges. In addition, you can see on the development plan, the stream buffer also runs in that area, so we would have to cross the stream. And in addition to that, there's also the Duke Power easement that runs there as well, and so there's some challenges in terms of the control of the land running north. But we've had our traffic team at Kimley Horn looking at all of those things, and it's something we're going to continue to evaluate, but there are layers of challenges there.
Great, thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supporting it going back to staff. I do want to thank you for the diligence, and I think it's worth saying the Planning Commission actually recommended approval of your project, so congratulations on that. I hope you can improve the vote when you go back for it.
Thank you. Yes.
Colleagues, any other comments? Are we okay with the going back? Thumbs up? All right. Thank you for coming. All right. At this time, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. We'll take on one more development case, and then we'll get to the final item. So, colleagues, I'll see you back at 9:04. Yeah, the text amendment. Yeah, sorry.
Kind of, right? It's a text amendment, so hopefully it'll,
I came to the city for the great insurance and retirement benefits, but I stayed for stability and vacation time. The city of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city looking for a new challenge in my career. I stayed for the growth opportunities, work-life balance, and impact my work has on the community. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad en busca de un nuevo reto para mi carrera. Me quedé por las oportunidades de crecimiento, el balance entre la vida laboral y el personal y el impacto de mi trabajo en la comunidad. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the City of Durham to improve living conditions for residents, and I stayed because I'm encouraged to advance my career. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad de Durham para mejorar las condiciones de vida de los residentes. Me quedé porque me apoyan a avanzar en mi carrera. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city to develop leadership and supervisory skills. I stayed because of the city's culture and dedication to serving residents. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
Owning a home provides a sense of financial stability, family, community, and pride. But housing prices are now higher than ever, making it hard for many Durham residents to afford their first home. That's why the City of Durham is offering the Down Payment Assistance Program to support eligible individuals with up to $80,000 in 0% interest forgivable loans to purchase a house within the city limits. Visit this site or call to find out if you qualify for the program.
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your carts should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your carts should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your carts should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address. The Durham City Council meetings and Planning Commission meetings are now available to live stream on all devices via the City of Durham social media accounts. To watch, simply go to City of Durham NC on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. Devices include phones, tablets, laptops, desktops, streaming boxes and sticks, and smart TVs. The easiest way to view the live stream on smart TVs and streaming devices, such as the Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV, is via the YouTube app. Now you can follow along with the latest developments in the Durham community at dinner, your kids' game, the mall, in bed, during a breather, in the bathtub, and even on the International Space Station.
All right, folks, so we can all go ahead and have our seats. We're trying to see if we can let more people inside, but we need to know how many seats we have available. So you can come on in and close the doors and have a seat. We need everyone to go ahead and have a seat, but we want to let more people in, so I need to see how many seats I have. Also, earlier I mentioned there was one more case. There are two more cases, but I don't foresee them being long. I don't know.
Jinx it.
Try not to jinx it. All right. Thank you all so much for cooperating. You can just go ahead and take your seats. We'll want to be able to let more people inside. We do have more folks outside. All right, let's get back to it. Glasses. There we go. We're on item 42.
Correct.
All right, we are now on item 42, and we will now receive the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for 1339 Como Road, KC 2300007. Andy Lester with the Planning Department again. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Matthew Barton of Stewart for 2 parcels of land totaling 6.42 acres and located at 1339 and 1341 Coal Mill Road. The current zoning is residential suburban 20. The applicant proposes to change this designation to residential suburban multifamily with a textual development plan to allow for the construction up to 45 units. The properties are currently designated apartment and townhouse neighborhood and recreation and open space in the place type map. The proposed RSMD zoning is consistent with the apartment townhouse and recreation and open space place type. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
All right, you've heard the staff report. I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from our colleagues? All right. So at this time, we will hear from proponents and opponents, and I didn't ask this earlier, but please, if you will, indicate your stance as you state your name. So, but first, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. How much time do you think you need?
I believe 5 minutes should be good.
All right. Madam Clerk, 7 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, City Council. Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to be here tonight. My name is Rami Ghanayem. I am with Lifelong Investment Group. But really the group is just Matt Yarborough and myself. Matt's my lifelong friend and business partner for this venture, and we're excited to be here this evening. We also have Bernal Sybil with Stewart Engineering. He's our engineering partner. Tonight, as staff was so kind to announce, we are requesting to rezone a 6.4 acre parcel located at 1339 and 1341 Coal Mill Road. It is currently zoned RS20, and we are requesting to rezone that to RSM with the textual development plan attached to allow for the development of up to 45 dwelling units. The primary access for this development will be off of Coal Mill Road, directly adjacent from Crowsdale Country Club and Golf Course. We are compliant with the UDO and comprehensive plan and consistent with the place type map, which shows a future apartment and townhome neighborhood. We did receive a favorable recommendation of approval at Planning Commission last November. Our proposal will increase diversity of the housing in an area where it's much needed per the place type map. Our parcel size is 6.4 acres. However, only 3 of those acres are actually usable, given that there's recreation area, stream and stream setbacks, open space, as well as tree save. With this smaller development envelope, we feel townhomes would be the most appropriate. Also, if you zoom out just a little from this parcel, you'll notice the predominantly single-family detached housing types in the area, which is why we have chosen townhomes to likely be the highest and best option to meet that requirement with the place type map. Our group originally committed to a one-time contribution to the Durham Public Schools of $7,500 and a one-time contribution to the Dedicated Housing Fund of $22,500. We spoke earlier and we took note from previous rezone cases that were successful of this similar size and are glad to increase those donations by increasing the DPS donation to $12,500 and the affordable housing donation to $27,500. I would also like to point out that in addition to the increased monetary proffers, we have excluded the option to develop apartments at this project. Based on valuable feedback from the 2 open community meetings that we had, the neighbors and community felt that it would be a better development and better for property value to exclude apartments, and therefore we have incorporated that feedback into our textual development plan. And we are thankful for the neighbors' feedback. I did want to take a quick moment to tell you about Matt and I. Matt and I are lifelong Durham natives and close friends, and we still live in Durham today. We're both born at Durham Regional Hospital, not Duke Regional. We attended the Durham Public School system through high school, where it culminated with us receiving our high school diploma from Riverside High School, class of, I won't say. We bring this project to you all where it's only a stone's throw away from where we grew up and where we currently live. Up until now, Matt and his family own and operate a local warehousing and mobile storage company. And for myself, I am a proud son of immigrant parents who came to Durham from Palestine. Thank you. I currently work within our family business, in our locally owned restaurants, as well as with my wife in residential and commercial real estate. Matt and I are both proud to contribute to the local community and economy, and we are both longstanding employers here in Durham. We saw a great opportunity here to keep our investments in town and contribute to the rapidly growing city that we love. We think this is a great small-scale project that'll add a lot of value and different housing types to an area that's predominantly single-family detached. Thank you all for your consideration and for your support, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great to see you here. And I now have oh, there was another. Oh. Ilvia Veloa. Welcome. As you're approaching the podium, please restate your name so I can ensure I'm pronouncing it right, and state whether you're a proponent or opponent. You may go. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ilvia Ulloa. Estoy aquí porque soy de la 1405 y solamente vengo por una petición.
Hello. Good evening. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I will be the interpreter, Mr. Mayor. Hello, good evening. Silvia, voy a ser tu intérprete esta noche.
Mi petición es saber si tengo acceso por la construcción que van a hacer a 600 pies de mi
I am
propiedad.
asking if I'm going to have access from my from my property that they're going to do 600 feet from my property.
También tengo un comentario que hice hace varios días a la, no sé cómo decirlo, pero es una petición para la calle que conduce también a la propiedad y a la cual se me ha sido negada y la estoy haciendo públicamente para ver si me pueden ayudar, por favor.
And I will also have a comment that I have raised this comment several days ago. I don't know who I raised this comment to. I don't know how to say it, but it was a petition for the street and for the property. So I would like to make this petition public, please.
La cual no tengo acceso al servicio público de autobuses para los niños y tampoco para el servicio público de basura.
I don't have access to the public bus service or to the trash service as well, to the residue service. I do not have access to this.
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, thank you.
That will be all. Thank you so much.
One moment, please. What was the interpreter's name? Flora, can you hear me, interpreter? Oh.
Yes, of course, I can hear you.
Yeah. Could you? We just want to make sure that we clearly understand what the concern was. Are you
Yes.
able to provide a synopsis?
Yes, she commented that she has been complaining several days ago about a petition about a street access, and she also has a concern that there's going to be a new development 600 feet from her property, and she wants to know how is this going to affect access. As well, she does not have access to a public buses for kids, or she doesn't have access to any residue service public service.
Okay, so some of that is pertaining to the development, and then some is more general.
She's too far from the site to get some of the things.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Young
Okay,
spoke with
gotcha.
her the other day. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right. Those are all of the speakers I have for this. Is there anything you need to respond to? I mean, unfortunately, it's 600 feet from the project, but if you'd like to, no? All right. This is a public hearing, and I have no more cards signed up for colleagues. At this time, I will declare the public hearing closed and bring it back before the council. Colleagues, are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Freeman.
I just wanted to make sure that we have someone that's going to respond to, I can't see where the young lady went.
Director Young, have you met?
The speaker that was speaking,
Yeah, Ilvia.
just to make sure she does get a response.
Yeah, I met with her just before the meeting, so I understand her concerns, and I gave her my business card, so we're going to connect and follow up and see what we can do.
And then just a note for the clerk, it'll probably be helpful to pause the time when the translation is happening. And I know I text you, I just want to make sure I state it publicly as well.
Can I tell her that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Señora, la directora va a hablar con usted. Ya sé que se conectaron. Sí, ok. Y ella le va a avisar y le va a llamar. Ok. Sí, ok.
Thank you so much. Friends, as you all are coming in, please come over. We do need to have everyone in a seat. We have, well, where's the little baby? Okay, so we have one seat over here. We have a few over here. All right, colleagues, the case is back before us, and I will declare this public hearing closed. Are there any questions? Councilmember Cook.
Ooh, I get the hot seat every time. Okay. Good evening. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I just have a couple of things that I think were raised in the Planning Commission meeting, and I'm particularly concerned about. The first is actually just a question. Did y'all decide if this is going to be a rent or sale property?
It's going to be a for sale property.
All will be for sale?
All for sale.
Okay, thank you. And then I've been asking this question a lot, but do you have an idea of the sizing as in terms of bedrooms and that sort of thing?
To be honest with you, there was the note from our SUDS report, which came in not too long ago, that gave us a 45 unit maximum. So laying it out with Stewart Engineering to understand if 45 is even close, are we in the 30s, what dimensions, their rear yards and front yards. We haven't gotten into that kind of preliminary layout to understand bedrooms, size, total square footage. We did put forward some architectural, textural development plans that would help break up the monotony. And, for right now, we have included EV charging stations in the garages. We know we want to have garages. We want LED lights on all the roadways. We feel like those are just great items to include anyway, where we might not know the product size or layout per se, but it's all kind of an organic, fluid situation as Matt and I meet with the engineers to lay out more.
Okay, because I know at the beginning, y'all had stated that it was going to be about 30, and then we had heard 40, and now the textual commitments say 40, maximum of 45.
We just followed the SUDS so that we didn't show anybody we were going to exceed or go over to the allowable zoning, which would give us like 77. Sure. So we wanted to scale that back so that 45 is the max. That's what the SUDS report said. But with that, we know we want a for sale townhome product, and now we can kind of start that work. Ideally, realistically, I don't think we get close to 45. I think 30s is a good number considering there's only 3 acres of usable. Mm-hmm. By the time you park it, you have their stormwater and open space and recreational area and tree save. We added another proffer in there off the property line with the preserve. So those sorts of things are really driving that envelope to be smaller. So that's kind of where it is now.
Okay, thank you. And you've kind of touched on this a couple of times, but I just want to raise it again because if anybody has walked Ellerby Creek lately, they can see that it is a disaster. I mean, it is looks like thick mud. It looks like post-rain at all times, and it hasn't been raining. And I know that y'all are located around the headwaters of Ellerby Creek, and I know that you had done some work on that, and I just wanted you to have an opportunity to say some more about.
Absolutely, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. We had the opportunity to meet with the Ellerby Creek group on site. We had about a 2-hour walk with botanists and other folks from that area. They've changed leadership in that area. We were working with Chris Dreps. Now we've emailed Nicole from the Ellerby Creek group, but we pretty much spoke out loud and assured them that due to the low point of where the preserve is located, there's also a neighbor, Eric Butters, he spoke at Planning Commission. We've met with all of those groups, and we've kind of planned out not to have any development there. A 100-year flood is already in that space, so we can't develop that, and we've committed to not developing that. So I think, those conversations went very well. This might be a testament to that. That we assured them and we added buffers off of the property line to show them we would not be building units in that space.
And the buffers that you're talking about, are those in the textual commitments?
Yeah, there's an additional 10 feet buffer from the preserve property line. And then the rest of the preserve for Eric Butters is in the 100-year flood. So we committed to not developing in and around that either.
Okay, thank you. And my other concern was traffic. I know folks had raised that, and I'm going to say I think you're kind of alluding to it. The folks that spoke at the commission are not here tonight, so I applaud you for reaching out to your neighbors and doing that work ahead of time. But could you speak a little bit to those traffic issues? I know there was some concern that there's already quite a bit of speeding, and that entry and exit onto Coal Mill at that area is quite difficult already.
Yeah, I mean, the good and bad. The good is it's already 5 lanes right before the property. So there's a dedicated left turn lane that stops right before where our parcel would begin. The DOT has communicated to us, and we're going to obviously follow their requirement that we would need to extend that center turn lane through the entrance of the development. So creating that 5 lanes with the proper taper thereafter is going to be something that's going to be required by the DOT.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Yeah, it was good to learn a bit about you. I was also born at Durham Regional Hospital. Just one question for you. We've been seeing a lot of developers proffering 10% of units for affordable housing, just to 80% for 30 years. Would you be interested in voluntarily proffering that?
Can you ask one more time? I'm sorry.
We've been seeing a lot of developers coming before us that have been proffering about 10% of the total residential units of the units that they are requesting for rezoning, proffering about 10% of those units for affordable units, which is just by our city definition, the 80% area median income for 30 years. Is that something you would be interested in voluntarily doing?
I believe we did speak about that while we were evaluating proffering actual units versus the dollars. And I think from a financial perspective, it didn't really pan out on this pro forma with the size. We also looked at a couple of recent rezones, for example, the one in December that's just a mile away on Rosa Sharon Road for the 46 townhomes. We followed kind of that similar formula, if you will, for the dollars. We feel like they would go a lot further than the 3 to 5% that was kind of shared with us by our engineers. 10% is not a number that I had been shared with before, but we feel comfortable at this point to offer up the dollars as it's something we've evaluated before this moment.
Okay, I appreciate that. It is a small site, so
thank you.
In this case, unlike many other cases, that is I think it's reasonable. Thanks.
Councilmember Freeman, any comments? All right, I'm sorry, I skipped you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you explain to me really quickly how many apartments were going to be there in the original plan?
The place type map shows an additional parcel and a half to be included in that apartment townhome map. And I think it would have required more land. At the time, you would have had to surface park 2 for 1. And I know the SCAD item has passed since, and that has changed, but it was beyond when we applied and had moved forward. Also, we had 2 community meetings, and it was really important for us to be playing nice in our backyard and be proud of something and still shop at the Harris Teeter down the road. So we didn't feel like it was appropriate to put apartments there overall, but we do love the site, and we hope it's going to turn out great.
Thank you. I will be supporting this project, although it doesn't meet, for me, I hear you about the neighbors. I think that that's just the reality of Durham is density. When you live in the 3rd largest state in the 2 regions, the 3rd fastest growing state in the 2 regions that are growing, like 66% of all growth in North Carolina is in the Triangle, and it's in Charlotte. And we are the 3rd fastest growing state, and that's not stopping. And so I appreciate it, but I think that that's going to be the hard conversations that we have to have with our community around how is Durham going to look differently. I appreciate it, even though it doesn't technically follow the comp plan policies on some of this. I mean, I think that's where this conversation to the case before, we can let the perfect be the enemy of the good around what we really want, or we can say, okay, I understand why you made that decision. So we'll be supporting the case. I am, while I get why you removed the apartments, it makes sense that we are thinking about moving density where we need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
Say something. Thank you. I will say that my twins were born at Durham Regional as well. So I had their care. I will say that I do appreciate the decrease in density, acknowledging that the sensitivity of the area with 100-year flooding and with climate change and all the things that are going on, you don't want to build in that and then have the residents that you've sold the housing to sinking or flooded out. So I understand why you're doing that. And I also appreciate that you're including that the native trees be added to the site. I hope more of our developers continue to do that. It's important that we keep with our what is native to Durham in the area. And then I will say that I am pretty supportive of this. I have to say that Cole Mill Road hasn't been a very active area for development, and this seems to fit well. I will note that I appreciate the increased DPS proffer and affordable housing proffer, and also the EV charging in the garages. So other than that, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I think my colleague stole my thunder on this one. I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate your respect for the sensitive natural environment there around the headwaters of Ellerby Creek. It's certainly an important creek to a lot of folks in Durham. And I did notice the commitment to only using native trees for street trees, which I think is quite unique, and I appreciate that, so thank you. Thank you.
It's his fault. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I got to be honest, this is a classic case of what we usually vote no on. But I think the hometown appeal may be serving you well, which I'm not mad at. But I do have a couple of questions. Has the textual development plan been done yet?
It has.
And could you give us a little, because there were some questions that the Planning Commission raised, particularly those who voted no, about the lack of specificity in the absence of the textual development plan. So would you kind of give us the Reader's Digest highlights of the textual development plan now that it's done?
It's been a long road. Matt and I have been doing our best to measure twice and cut once on this situation. To be very frank, this is our first larger scale development of this nature, and we partnered with some consultants and engineers that kind of made us feel like, at the time, I think it was called the Future Land Use Map, was a straight RSM. That was the designation. And then the place type map had been adopted through that timeline. We were under the impression at the recommendation of our engineer that we could proffer at the Planning Commission in the form of a textual development plan. Once we realized that that wasn't allowed, staff and planning were very nice to work with us and help us instill a textual development plan that we could understand and kind of squeeze the scope in response to the Planning Commission's comments. And that's kind of where we are today.
My question is can you give me highlights of what's in it? Materials?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anticipated price points? Elevation, stuff like that?
We have all housing types approved in the RSM except for apartments. No development in the 100-year floodplain as shown on the FEMA map. No more than 45 dwelling units. The two financial proffers that we spoke to earlier. A minimum of a 10-foot wide tree preservation that'll be provided on the south property lines adjacent to the Ellerby Creek Preserve. For townhome units, no monotony, essentially mixing up product and color and finish across every other building and across streets. New dwelling units to include EV chargers in garages, LED lights to be provided in all common areas, and street trees should be of native species as defined in the Durham Landscape Manual.
Sounds lovely. What are your anticipated price points?
If I was to go on a price per square foot basis, I think it would be at market rate.
Mm-hmm. In your community meetings, were there residents of Crowsdale present?
There were.
Did they say why they didn't want apartments?
They told us that it would not be perceived well in terms of traffic and a lot of people and what else?
It's mostly the neighbor, not Crosdale neighbor.
You would need to speak at the mic. If you were to speak as part of the applicant team.
It's mostly the neighbors directly to the left and right that didn't want apartments. I
Did they say why they don't want apartments?
don't remember why they said they didn't
Remember?
want apartments.
All right. Did the people present express any concern about the lack of affordable units?
From my memory, not about the lack of affordability, just asking if there would be affordable units.
And the answer was no to them.
The answer was we haven't determined yet.
I'm generally in favor of this project, but I do want to highlight that this is a very interesting case because no firm commitment. I mean, we appreciate the cash offers, but as Councilmember Baker, I think aptly observed, we've been getting used to actual units and percentages of, and I understand it's a small lot, but we've had small lots and folk still make those type of proffers. I'm deeply concerned that there were going to be apartments and now there's not. And the irony is that we usually like community input, and this is kind of, but it depends upon the community you're getting the input from, right? We like community input, but I find it interesting that based upon community input, we now are not getting a dwelling type that generally we would smile upon as a council in terms of mixture of units and affordability as well. I'm glad to hear about ownership, but I just find the evolution of this case very interesting.
I just wanted to add, it was a tough situation just in general because we're in the backyard, and the Ellerby thing, the Ellerby Creek situation, meeting with them and understanding the environmental impact. You know, when you think apartments and you consult, it's just a lot more disturbance and a lot more parks and a larger stormwater, and everything would get pushed a little bit larger. And I think that was a little intimidating to us.
And I appreciate your sensitivity to environmental concerns, but in reality, none of your environmental things that you're doing to address the environment are extraordinary to other things we've seen. We've had other developers, you know, who use native trees, and our UDO, by force of law, provides significant protection to the environment. So we've had projects that have gone much further than this in terms of that. So I want to say, and that's not no disrespect, but I do just want to put in context this kind of, you know, going on about how great this project is and relative to other ones. I mean, I've seen projects with far more get voted no by this council. But I like the project, and I appreciate that you're homegrown. The hospital reference did not hurt. And I appreciate the community input as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll yield back.
All right, colleagues, any other comments? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ghanayem, for bringing this before the council. I think it's very clear that I am very pro-housing. I understand the economics around what's happening. I also understand what's happening when our supply is extremely short. I'm not one of those people that, you know, will make perfect the enemy of good. I think we naturally do that sometimes. So I appreciate it. I think part of some of the subtle contention that you're experiencing is not you, but more so the behavior of us. And so I am going to go ahead and bring the question, bring it back to the council, but I do appreciate your project. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Freeman.
I just wanted to ask staff a question. This site is I think someone stated, I'm not sure who it was, but at the head of Ellerby Creek. Does that feed into any water source that may be impacted by sediment? in the same way that we've been talking about previously?
I think I'll defer to Director Young with that one.
So I'll say that I haven't mapped out exactly where this branch goes, but all of our streams end up in a water source, one place or another. This will be subject to, even though it's so small that it wouldn't be subject to the phase grading and tree preservation thresholds necessarily, it will still be subject to that other text amendment about erosion control measures. And so those most stringent erosion control measures would still apply.
No, so the erosion control and just acknowledging the developer being amenable to understanding the sensitivity of the headway of the streams and where they end up, I think makes this case a little bit different than others. I hear the point about the contention, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear. It's not contention. There are differences in every case, and if you only allow for one rule for every situation, that doesn't account for all of the different environmental, topographic, elevation, all of those things matter in each case. And so as folks come forward, as developers, when they are more accepting of folks in the community's responses, especially when it's about environmental sensitivity or even height elevation, I think that that's important to acknowledge the difference. And so that's why this is different. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. Thank you. For me specifically.
I could not agree with you more. I could not agree with you more. I'll go ahead and call for the motion. So this case requires the passing of two motions. Motion 1 to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban 20 and establishing the same as residential suburban multifamily with a textual development plan.
Moved as read.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And motion 2 to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
And the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. All right. Our next item, item number 43, text amendment, remainder lot width, TC 2300006. Now hear from our staff.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Bo Dobrinsky, Planning Department. This text amendment, TC 230006, remainder lot width, is a privately initiated text amendment that proposes to amend the Unified Development Ordinance in order to allow a minimum lot width of 80 feet in the residential suburban district, RS20. For the remaining standard lot, after a flag lot is subdivided, the width could be 80 feet. Sorry about that. Currently, the remaining lot width would be required to be 100 feet. All other dimensional requirements would remain the same, lot area, setbacks, et cetera. The Plan Commission recommended approval on January 9th unanimously. Just a reminder, two motions are required for this item, one to approve the ordinance and another to approve the consistency statement. Staff's here for any questions.
Thank you. You've heard the staff report. I am now going to declare this public hearing open. Colleagues, are there any questions for staff? All right. Now move to our applicants. I have two people. One moment. Do I have any? Let's see. No. I have two signups here, Keenan Kander and Patrick Biker. How much time do you think you need?
Just a minute.
All right. Madam Clerk, 2 minutes.
So good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Keenan Kander from Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street. And while we're saying where we were born, I too was born at Durham Regional Hospital.
We will not make this a standard of passing rezoning cases.
I'm here to speak in favor of the remainder lot width amendment. Ultimately, this is a proposal that adds a subtle increase in housing density in some of Durham's suburban neighborhoods by making it simply easier to make flag lots. In many of Durham's old suburban neighborhoods, properties are zoned RS20, and the lots have exactly 100 feet in width. But the lots are actually, many of them are deep and have a lot of acreage that's currently underutilized. And an example of this is the Spring Valley neighborhood in West Durham. So the minimum lot width in the RS20 district is 100 feet. So although there are lots with enough square footage for multiple homes, because of their width, they are restricted and can only build one house. This text amendment should be able to fix that. Ultimately, this proposal will make flag lots easier, and this provision will only apply in the RS20 district. The reduction in the minimum lot width only applies when a flag lot is created, and this change does not affect the other dimensional requirements of the RS20 district, including the setbacks, the height, minimum lot size, the square footage for a lot. So overall, this proposal is in the public interest, and again, it increases density in subtle ways in some of the areas in which we have not seen many changes. So, and I think that is why the Planning Commission overwhelmingly voted to recommend approval of this UDO text amendment. So we respectfully ask for your recommendation of for your approval, and I'm available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. All right. That's all the speakers I have. This is a public hearing. All right, I'll bring it back to before the council. Council, are there any other? All right, then I will declare this public hearing closed, and this requires two motions. I stand corrected. I declare the public hearing closed at this time and back before the council. Colleagues, are there any questions, comments to the staff or to the applicant? All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to, 1, adopt an ordinance amending paragraph 7.1.2B of the Unified Development Ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And motion 2, to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
And again, the motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a lot of speakers up here, okay? So I'm going to, do 2 minutes. Yeah. I want to start with online first. All right, next on the agenda is item 46, and calm the excitement. All right, item 46, and Madam Clerk, I am going to start with our online speakers. I am going to, I got your message about the half 1:30. It's hard to do 1:30, so we'll do 2 minutes per speaker. And we'll start with online. All right, this is item 46 let's read it right. Resolution supporting an end to the violence between Israel and Palestine.
Recording stopped.
One moment. Councilmember Cook.
I just want for clarity, since it has not been updated on the agenda, that there is a different title on the latest version. And now reads resolution supporting a ceasefire and an end to violence between Israel and Palestine.
right. And we will go ahead, and I don't want to treat this agenda item any different than any other one. I want to make sure we are carrying it along respectfully as we always have, so let's get started. Madam Clerk, mine just went out here. No, it just canceled out. I'm back. All right, the first speaker I have is Yotam Kahana. Yotam, can you hear me? Yeah, the hand is raised. So. Can you speak up for me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could just speak closely into the mic. You have 2 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Durham City Council, have you fallen into Hamas trap? Can't you see that none of those events will ever happen if Hamas did not launch his war? Can't you see that this part of Hamas strategy to sacrifice his own civilians to get your sympathy? So many citizens of Gaza, residents, tell you and keep on screaming to you that Hamas got to be removed. Only last week, Hamas turned down against another ceasefire that Israel suggested. Hamas also murdered a child this weekend that only tried to get to humanitarian aid. They stole from him. Hamas also murdered their people, shoot them alive. How can Gazan people and even ISIS can condemn Hamas, but you can't? How are you not mentioning Hamas even once in your resolution? 1,000 community members band together to help you to write your resolution, to support peace for Israelis and Palestinians by removing Hamas. If you are insisting and persisting on this resolution, do it right. Go ahead and condemn the one organization that made it all possible. If you fail to do this, you fail the Jewish, the Muslim, the Christian, the Israeli, the Palestinians, and the community in North Carolina. Can't you see that all of those people today in the city hall covered their faces? None of them stand up for the national anthem. None of them have an American flag in their protest. And yet you listen to them? Please, guys, we sent you email. We keep on persisting on this. Please accept the resolution that we sent to you. One that, not ignoring the main part of this one, is Hamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Catherine Wolf. Okay, I'll come back to you, okay? And I failed to mention earlier, we did have people outside. What I'm going to do is, when I get to the in-person speakers, I'll call them in groups, and if I call a person's name and they do not respond in here, I'll write that name down and have the clerk staff go outside to see if they're here. Okay, next I have Deborah Friedman.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. It's not up to council to make foreign policy decisions based on the opinions of ceasefire activists who are a national security threat. With the resolution today, you'll be reopening old wounds from 2018 by reviving Durham's notorious reputation for scapegoating Jews. But it will be different this year because it's an election year and anti-Semitism is on the radar. So if you decide to appease ceasefire activists intent on cutting off any escape route for persecuted Jews, then you should know it will energize the haters. If you placate the bloodthirsty bullies blocking roads and targeting the Jewish community, you will undoubtedly make national news. Wasn't that the goal of certain council members? Just to be clear, you are once again exploiting the Jewish community for anti-Zionism. Israel is essential for Jewish survival, so please don't listen to people engaged in the dehumanization of Jews. 75 years later, Israeli hostages give up their meager rations to the young and elderly, just like Jews did during the Holocaust. Hamas stifled the screams of a pregnant woman while cutting her stomach and killing her baby in front of her. None of this is normal 75 years after the Holocaust. But if you appease the ceasefire activists in Durham, you'll be normalizing Hamas, and this will be a part of Durham's permanent legacy to the Jews. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next person, I've said this before. The last time I was hissing. This time, we just cannot. We cannot do the interruptions. I mean, you can feel the way you want to feel. Trust me, there are going to be people excited about this. There are going to be people upset about it. But we're just not going to do the interruption. It is, and this is something that'll make everybody upset. It's my prerogative whether we allot 20 minutes per person or 1 minute per person, and I want to make sure that we can get through to hear everybody. But if I feel like this is going to get out of control, I'll put a block here and a block here. We'll discuss it and we'll move on. And that's not what we deserve here. That's not what you deserve. So I will not facilitate a disruptive room. I just will not. We don't have to go there. So please, I ask that you please, please, please have respect for one another. The next person I have is Robert Goodman. Goodman.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Gutman is not in the queue.
Gutman, okay. Next I have Gregory Kosanovsky.
Hello?
Hi there, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Just want to make sure that I am unmuted.
I can hear you. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Okay. I'm Greg Kosanovsky. Both my parents are Holocaust survivors. Dozens of my family perished. Last October 7th was a day straight out of Holocaust. The number of Jews killed was typical for a Holocaust day, and so was the brutality. Children murdered in front of their parents. Young girls gang raped while their fingers were being cut off and their eyes gouged out. Hamas animals recorded it live and streamed it. You can find it easily. Next day, Hamas promised to do it all over again, 1,000-fold, until no Jews are left alive anywhere in the world. Today, you are asked to support those hellish murderers to keep them in power. If you have the slightest decency, don't. Don't be confused when some Jews rise to speak on Hamas' behalf. Jewish traitors were joyfully helping Nazis hunt down my parents and grandparents. All small oppressed nations have traitors who help their people's tormentors. Don't listen to Hamas supporters, Jewish or Gentile. Reject the genocidal resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Kosanovsky. Next, I have Marcy Goldstein.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I am speaking against the divisive resolution brought by people who misframe the conflict as violence between Israel and Palestine. This conflict is between human beings, not places. On one hand, Israelis and Palestinians, and on the other hand, Hamas, a genocidal regime whose charter calls on Muslims to, quote, fight Jews and kill them, end quote. If you must take a stand on an international conflict about which you are not expert, instead pass this new resolution supporting peace for Israelis and Palestinians by removing Hamas, which accumulated 1,000 signatures on a petition this week. The bad faith resolution conspicuously does not name Hamas. It urges the Biden administration to end violence, ironically stripping agency from Palestinian perpetrators of violence. It states, quote, terror was perpetrated against civilians in Israel, end quote. But by whom? Hamas murdered, mutilated, gang raped, and burned alive Israeli civilians, including babies and Holocaust survivors. Believe the disowned son of a Hamas founder who says that Hamas, quote, needs to be removed from power, end quote. They aim to annihilate Israel and Jews worldwide, and in his words, quote, opened the gates of hell on Palestinian people, end quote. Believe Gazans who testify against Hamas brutality. Believe Imam Antepli, who won the
Thank you, Ms.
Greenspan.
Goldstein. That is time. The next speaker I have is Leslie St. Dre. Oh, Leslie, I'll come back to you. You're in person. Danya Hosman.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. You have 2 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Danya Holtzman. I'm a Durham native, also born at Durham Regional, a member of Jewish Voice for Peace and a new mother. I'm speaking today in support of a ceasefire resolution. I named my daughter after her great-grandmother, my Bubby, a proud and politically active Jewish woman who strongly believed that all of our struggles were intertwined. She believed in the idea that none of us were free until all of us were free, and fought for workers and civil rights for her whole life. For my Bubby, her activism was integrally tied to her Judaism. Tikkun Olam was the way in which she interacted with the world. My Bubby passed a little while ago, and now one of the favorite parts of my day is when I get to feed her namesake before bed every night. I think many new parents will understand when I say that this quiet time with just the two of us, me holding her small and fragile and perfect little body, is a deeply powerful and beautiful experience. Every night when I hold my daughter, I think about how my family's trauma, how my community's trauma, has been used to justify the brutal murder of thousands upon thousands of other perfect children just like her. I think about how my tax dollars have been used to support a government that has willfully cut off food to a starving people, leading to the fastest growing famine the World Food Program has ever seen. About how my government issues platitudes while sending billions of dollars to rain yet more weapons upon a traumatized people, and about how my Bubby would have felt hearing the same genocidal language that killed her family members now being used to demonize and kill thousands of innocent people. I know that one city council resolution will not be able to halt the genocide taking place in Gaza, but I urge my city council to vote yes on a ceasefire and to join in a longstanding Jewish tradition of Tikkun Olam, of attempting, to the best of our ability, to repair the world. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Sonali Sengupta. Oh, you're in person. Okay, I'll come back to you. Okay. All right, next I have Jadalyn St. Dre. All right. I see y'all are just thorough. I saw South here. South Hurley. Yep. All right, and that's all I have in person. Online. That was for the other case. Yeah. All rest of the speakers are for development cases. All right, now we will move to in person, and I will call by fives. First person I have is Eric Johnson, followed by Libby Johnson, Amy Rosenthal, Catherine Wolf, and Alyssa Roth. Welcome, you have 2 minutes each. And I just want to make sure everyone's name I called is here. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I'm Eric Johnson, a Presbyterian minister and a member of Voices for Justice in Palestine. I live in Durham with my wife, Libby. In less than 3 months, I will turn 80 years old. And I struggle to fathom the anguish of my aging 80-year-old Palestinian brothers and sisters who have lived more than 75 years of their lives under the merciless, unbroken continuum of apartheid system. Their memories are seared with the murder of family members and neighbors, wholesale contempt for human rights, international criminal, environmental law, all the while being expelled from their land and seeing their dwelling in 1,000-year-old olive tree destroyed, only to experience another Nakba, the ruination of Gaza into a place of utter desolation. I'm thinking about the children. For each Palestinian child, including 6-year-old in Rajab, blessed be her holy name. I'm thinking about them that have been murdered since October 7th, 2023. To this day, we could have a funeral every week for 7 days, each week for the next 27 years, and place a stone upon their gravesite. Each stone amplifying the cries from Gaza. This truth does not count the children who are still buried under the rubble. The number of children in Gaza has already been confirmed. It's over 13,000. 13,000 stones crying out.
Thank you, Mr.
"Stop the
Johnson.
killing."
Thank you. Amy Rosenthal.
Amy Rosenthal, yes.
You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Hamas supporters here tonight know that they can't directly change foreign policy, but what they can do is foment hate, hatred of Israel, and that is hatred of Jews. They eagerly and thoughtlessly embrace the anti-Israel propaganda pervasive in media and academia. This is another blame the Jews situation, even though Hamas is entirely responsible for what's going on. Jews know what happens when campaigns of lies target us, violence and real, actual genocide. The council may not feel the hate against our minority group in this room, but we do. The keffiyeh scarves you see here tonight are the new Nazi swastikas. Rabbi Jonathan Sacks spoke about the perils of hate when it goes unchecked. He said, quote, "One of the enduring facts of history is that most anti-Semites do not think of themselves as anti-Semites. We don't hate Jews," they said in the Middle Ages, "just their religion. We don't hate Jews," they said in the 19th century, "just their race. We don't hate Jews," they say now, "just their nation state, Israel." Anti-Semitism is the hardest of hatreds to defeat because, like a virus, it mutates. You have the power to stop the hate here. Please don't let the new Nazis bully you. Do not feed the anti-Semitic blame the Jews mob by signing this or any resolution regarding Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Wolf.
Catherine Wolf,
Your so-called ceasefire resolution is a blood libel that Israelis hunger for Palestinian blood. It is the shameful work of a city council puffed up by American privilege and Western arrogance. Using city government to whip up more Jew hatred is one of 1,000 cuts to Durham's Jews. We know this resolution is a done deal, so I won't waste another breath on the complicit Durham Council, except to request that you have Durham police officers escort us to our cars again, as the mob has again amassed outside. Instead, I address Am Yisrael in posterity. A few of us fought the good fight here tonight on our behalf and on yours. We fought because Jews also have a right to live free of persecution. We fought because we love America. We fought because we didn't want you to have to wander in search of another shady tree. We fought, and we will likely lose. But we know that civilizations that drive out their Jews perish. Out of those ashes, we always rise. So too you, my beautiful, brilliant, brave people of the future, wherever you are, I know you are bringing in the light. Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live. Good night.
Thank you. I have Elisa Roth next.
Hello, my name is Elisa Roth, and I'm a resident of Durham, an anti-Zionist Jew, and a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I grew up on the Texas-Mexico border, and every single day I lived there, I drove along a highway that ran next to different iterations of a tall iron border fence that was surveilled 24/7 by cops, border patrol, and video cameras. This kind of environment seeped into every aspect of life on the border. It tainted all of our culture and all of our history. A militarized border tore families apart and embedded an intense vigilance into my community. Every time I return, I'm filled with a sense of stress and worry that I never realized was there until I moved away. This is only a fraction, not even a fraction, of the experience of Palestinians living through a genocide in front of our eyes. Communities are being torn apart, not just by walls and surveillance, but by death and destruction every day for the past 4 months and much longer before that. This is why I am speaking today in support of a ceasefire resolution. Although I understand what being from a border means, I cannot comprehend the ongoing terror in Palestine. I'm proud to be an anti-Zionist Jew calling for ceasefire, and I'm proud of Durham for a clear support of an immediate ceasefire.
Sorry. Thank you. The next speakers I have, Sandra Korn, Kevin Georges, Vicky Ryder or Rides? Ryder? Okay. Emerson Goldstein and Danya, wait, I think these are, oh no, okay. Danya Holtzman. It was both. Oh, okay, gotcha. Right, let's see. Okay, she was online, yeah.
How does she have a yellow card? Okay, hello. I'm Sandra Korn. Here as a member of Jewish Voice for Peace Triangle to speak in favor of the ceasefire resolution. 100 years ago, my ancestors fleeing anti-Semitic violence in Eastern Europe came to the United States because they believed that Jewish life could thrive anywhere in the world where Jewish people are safe. I moved to Durham 10 years ago because as a queer person and as a Jew, I knew that this city was a place I could feel safe. And even in the face of resurging white supremacy in this country, I'm so proud of the ways that our community and our city have come together to work to keep all of our people safe. My faith tradition teaches that every single life is precious and that all people deserve to be safe. Nothing about Israel's actions towards Palestinians is making Jewish people safer. It's increasingly clear that Israel's 76 years of occupation is unsafe for Israelis and for Palestinians alike. and the genocide that is being committed right now in Gaza, the 13,000 children and infants killed, is a horror not like anything else I've witnessed in my entire life. What makes all this worse is I know that the genocide is being funded by our tax dollars and that many well-meaning people support Israel because they think that doing so means supporting Jews. Those of us in Jewish Voice for Peace, in a rising, growing movement of Jewish people who stand in solidarity with Palestine, say, "Not in my name." Luckily, the tide is shifting. More and more city councils, more and more members of Congress are calling for a ceasefire for everyone, for an end to our money going to arm a genocide. I'm so proud that Durham will now join these ranks. Thank you to the city council members who've taken an incredible amount of time to hear our stories and to engage with our community. I urge you to vote a unanimous yes on this resolution.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Georges. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Georges. I'm a pastor at Jubilee Baptist Church, and I'm the grandson of Vida and the great-grandson of Baruch and Hannah, who, as Jews living in Krakow, Poland, had to flee the Nazis' genocide when my grandmother was just a toddler. Now, as I see the images of displaced Palestinian children wandering through the rubble of their homes, or lying forever still under winding sheets, knowing that there are thousands more just like them, I can't help but think of my grandmother, and now my own 2 young children, and I feel in my bones that no child should have to go through that kind of devastation ever, anywhere. So I want to commend you all for taking up a resolution calling for a ceasefire, and thank you for being in conversation with us and listening to our stories and our concerns. Though I would agree with some of the other speakers I imagine we'll hear from tonight that we can and should speak in stronger terms about what's happening. I understand that for some in this room tonight, critiquing Israel and using the language of genocide to do so is fraught with the fear of either perpetrating or suffering from anti-Semitism. I acknowledge and I hear and I understand those fears and the traumatic legacies that they come from. But the machinery of warfare will never keep any marginalized people safe. To borrow a phrase from Audre Lorde in our own context, the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house. And let me just say that as someone who has now spent 2 decades in the context of various Christian denominations, I can promise you that support for the nation of Israel does not necessarily mean that a people are not being anti-Semitic. The American military-industrial complex does not care about Jewish people. That is not what it is designed to do. It wants to instrumentalize the memory of the Holocaust and the idea of protecting quote-unquote democracy to fill its own coffers, and it will happily offer Palestinian blood as a sacrifice to that cause.
Thank you.
So as you vote tonight, I ask you do so not out of fear, but out
Thank you.
of conscience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Vicky Ryder. And Ms. Vicky, the handwriting is a little hard for me to read. If you can pronounce your name so I can make sure I get it right.
Ryder, like the
Ryder,
truck,
okay, got you.
R-Y-D-E-R.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I've come to address you again because I found the last city council session to be frighteningly unsettling, and it left me wondering how we might ever become a cohesive community again. What had me especially rattled were the unexpected attacks on those of us who wanted to see an end to genocide in Gaza. We were characterized as a mob and vilified for asking that our city speak out in the face of the massive slaughter of innocents there. Those who screamed so loudly into the mic never mentioned the apartheid conditions endured by the Palestinians for the past 75 years. Maybe they hadn't learned of the repressive conditions imposed upon them by the Israeli government since being displaced from their homes in 1947-48, and I can't fault them for that. Here in the U.S., we never learned in school about the Wilmington or the Tulsa massacres in our own country. So I understand. I didn't come last time to get into a shouting match with my neighbors. I shared my concerns as a Jew and as a grandmother, and I expressed my hope that this council would join with the other 70 U.S. cities who've signed a resolution calling for an urgent and immediate ceasefire to prevent the killing of even one more baby, some other mother's child. As a conflict management specialist with many years of practice as a professional mediator, I've learned that compromises are halfway measures that leave no one happy, and that when lives hang in the balance, compromise is not enough. Dead is dead. So I thank the council for attempting to craft a compromise resolution, and I hope that the original demands can be retained and a resolution passed before another day passes and another baby dies. Thank you very much. This is for the babies in Gaza.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Emerson Goldstein. And after her, I have Dania Holtzman.
I think Danya already spoke on Zoom.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Emerson Goldstein, and I've been a resident of Durham for 6 years, a member of Jewish Voice for Peace for nearly a decade, and I'm a proud anti-Zionist Jew. I actually moved to Durham in 2018 because of the brave victory that was won at City Council, where Durham became the first city in the country to end police exchanges with the Israeli military. That's why I'm here today and why Durham is home for me. And today I'm speaking in support of the ceasefire resolution, a resolution which affirms the reasons that I moved to Durham all those years ago. Affirms that our city is one that prioritizes justice, peace, and the sanctity of human life. I urge you to vote yes today. And I want to thank our City Council for taking the time to listen to our stories over these many months. For so many of us, especially as Jewish people who know that never again means never again for anyone, watching a genocide unfold has been truly agonizing. But we know that there is no military solution here. We need to address the root causes of violence, Israeli military occupation and apartheid, and our own government's role in funding this oppression. I and all members of JVP firmly believe that Jews, like all people, have the right to live with safety and dignity. But we will never endorse a version of that safety that requires the dispossession and destruction of another group of people. Especially as a Jewish resident of Durham, I'm proud of our city for taking a stand for ceasefire tonight, I hope. As thousands continue to face famine, starvation, displacement, and death, the stakes could not be higher or more clear. Thank you for your votes in favor of this resolution.
Thank you so much. Next, I have Leslie St. Dre, Jadalyn St. Dre, Laura Gibney, Itai Corman, and Queenie Sanchez Lopez. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Leslie St. Dre, a Durham resident and member of Mothers for Ceasefire. My testimony today is in honor of 3-year-old Imad Abu al-Qa'areya. I'd like to show you a picture. This is Imad. Imad was shot by Israeli snipers alongside his cousin when they went out to get clementines. Imad's favorite fruit. Today, the clementine is our symbol for Imad and all Palestinians whose lives were stolen by U.S.-Israeli genocidaires, along with their homes, land, crops, and access to food, medicine, and other necessities that any of us would need to survive. I'm grateful to be here today with a powerful coalition who's brought us all to this moment. We thank you for addressing our priority agenda item and the world's priority agenda item. I want to note, however, that this is day 136 of the genocide. We're here to demand that you include language that meets this historic moment that we're in, with Israel creating the worst civilian death toll this century. Please pass the amendments given to you all and submitted to the clerk, or which will be submitted to the clerk, by Durham for a Free Palestine today. There are no two sides to genocide. There's no balance to strike when an open-air prison is being built as we speak in Egypt to corral the millions of Palestinians being ethnically cleansed from Gaza. Last week, Joe Biden said, our military operation in Rafah, during a press conference at the White House. This was no slip. This is indeed what's happening. It's a U.S.-Israeli annihilation. If we're going to address the root problem of these horrors, we need to stop Zionism.
Thank you so much, Ms. St. Dre.
For Imad.
Caitlin. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to begin by just pointing to the irony of us sitting here and listening to 3 hours of conversations about property and home and development and profit when the people of Palestine are having their homes destroyed and their land taken from them. My name is Jadlyn St. Dre. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist, and I am a trauma specialist, and I have worked with many people that have endured extreme abuse and torture, including asylum seekers. And I'm here today because I want to speak about a particular nuance of this ask we're making of you, to pass a ceasefire resolution, specifically with the language endorsed by Durham for a Free Palestine. Peer-reviewed sociology and psychology studies have pointed to the impact that one single person or single environment, one single community center, or one city can make on a person's ability to weather trauma. We have the opportunity to be that place, not only for the Palestinian constituents of Durham, but for those in our neighboring cities and for this country at large and for Palestine in general. As we are watching the videos that are coming out of Palestine, we are seeing people like journalist Bisan asking, "Where are you, world? How are you letting this happen? Why aren't you listening?" There is no one past date, no October 7th that we can point to in retrospect, because the genocide of Palestinian people is ongoing today for the past 136 days and under occupation for the past 75 years. And through it, Palestinians are organizing together to come and ask you, as our city council, to pass a resolution that will tell the people of Palestine now and in the future that Durham saw, listened, and took action. Further, it will assure the Palestinian constituents of Durham that we stand with them and we will not be silent.
Thank you so much for your time.
Offer
Thank you.
safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Laura Gibney. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Laura Gibney, and I'm a long-term resident of Durham. First, I want to thank you for drafting this ceasefire resolution. I appreciate it. But I feel it's imperative that it call for a permanent ceasefire, as the Chicago City Council resolution did, given that an impermanent ceasefire could simply mean a pause in violence while Israeli hostages are freed. Once they are freed under a temporary ceasefire, I fear epic violence will be unleashed on Gaza. Given what we have seen in the past 4.5 months, and given the clear ambitions by Israel for a Gaza without Gazans, I think my fears are well-founded. And any call for a ceasefire is undermined if on a daily basis the U.S. continues to send military hardware for Israel to use in the genocide. According to the Wall Street Journal, since last October, the U.S. has sent 21,000 bombs and rockets to Israel and has plans to send many more. There should be no more military aid to Israel in the absence of a permanent ceasefire. The reason we come to you, our City Council, is because you are our most accessible elected representatives. And we ask you to pass a strong, meaningful ceasefire resolution. As more and more city councils do so, the message to DC lawmakers and to the world is amplified. It shouldn't be hard, as a large majority of Americans support it, and I think our own moral compass should guide us. I give my words today for all the children who've been killed while seeking food or water for their family, for all the children who have been killed because their father or mother, a doctor, was targeted for providing health care. Thank you.
Thank you. Itai Corman. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Council. I'm Itai Corman. I'm a Durham resident. I'm an Israeli-American, and I urge City Council to amend the language of the resolution that we have submitted to include language of genocide and no more military aid to Israel. My paternal grandfather was 11 years old when his entire family except for him and his mother, were murdered in a pogrom in Poland. My maternal grandparents barely escaped being sent to Auschwitz by fleeing Bulgaria. Both sets of grandparents fled to what was Palestine, that then became occupied Palestine, now known as Israel. My grandparents were escaping oppression, but then became oppressors. Their generation committed the Nakba in 1948, which was deliberate ethnic cleansing of Palestine. My parents both completed mandatory service in the IDF. They each moved to the US after their service because they were so disturbed by Israel's oppressive treatment of Palestinians, and they did not want any part of it. I was born in the US because they did not want their child to be part of the military. The US is not only complicit in Israel's continued oppression of Palestine, which has now become a full-blown genocide, but the US is actively supporting it through federal funding and verbal affirmation. I'm looking to you, our Durham elected officials, to stand for justice and human rights. We are calling on you to make sure that Durham stands against genocide and demand that Congress members stop funding it. Thank you so much to all of you for meeting with us and taking the time to listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Queenie Sanchez-Lopez. And as she's coming up, it will be Julie Grass-Najer, Julia Springer, Mitchell Pinsky, Lauren Kabaki, and Josh Ravitch.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to express our deep condolences for so many that have lost their lives, so many innocent lives that deserve to be here. I'm Mexican, and this 2023 was the first time that I made an altar in memory of Day of the Dead. It felt like the only tangible way that I could really somehow mourn the death of so many children who just wanted a clementine or a loaf of bread or clean water or a warm place to sleep or a place that wasn't full of screams and bombs. I grew up with the golden rule to treat others as I'd want to be treated. And I know that if I was in place of Gazans, I'd want someone to defend me from the obliteration of my home and the threat of danger to me and my loved ones. The inhumane treatment of Palestinians must be condemned and it must be stopped. Aside from the over 29,000 people, which is about the size of Sanford, North Carolina, whose lives have been taken, families and individuals are being starved and resorting to eating animal feed due to the Israeli government's blocking of humanitarian aid. Not to mention the 300% increase in miscarriage rates in Gaza since October 7th. As someone who is a social worker, who is in public health, who cares about health equity, this is important, not just because it's something to stand for, it's the it thing right now, it's because people's lives are on the line. And so the US funding of this genocide will not only have long-term ramifications on our moral standing on a local and national scale, but we are being deliberately complicit with—
Thank you so much.
And it's going to impact our political, economic standing on a global scale for decades to come.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening, Council, and as others have echoed, thank you so much for hearing our stories tonight. My name is Julie Grass-Najer. I have lived or worked in Durham for almost 10 years. I was not born at Durham Regional Hospital, but I was born in a hospital where my mother had access to medications, anesthetics, pain relief, medical care, and a hospital that was not actively being shelled. And so I want to note that this conversation around Durham Regional Hospital, while very cute, is very It says something when we're talking about hospitals in a flippant sense when there are over 30 hospitals that have been bombed or besieged in Gaza at this point. I am an Arab American, French Canadian mom of 2. I'm the descendant of Arab Christian survivors of the Armenian genocide on one side, and on the other side, a descendant of my great uncle who was held in Auschwitz for years for his role in the French resistance to Nazi terror. Many of you sitting here today will hear the words French resistance and think, wow, what a hero. You also might think that you would have been part of the French resistance to the Nazis had you been there. And I want you to sit with that reaction and truly ask yourself, what would you have done? Would you have had the moral courage to do anything at all? Many of us are here today because we have the moral courage to call a genocide as it's unfolding rather than decades later. I'm here today, 4 months into this genocide, to ask that the Durham City Council, in the strongest terms, pass a ceasefire resolution to tell the world that we, Durham, are part of the resistance against the Israeli genocide of Gaza. We will not sit by in flaccid neutrality while an estimated 29,000 Palestinians, including over 13,000 children, are bombed with our tax dollars. This is genocide.
Thank you. Julia Springer. Thank you. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Williams and City Council members. I'm here as a Durham resident and as a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I encourage you all to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution before you tonight. This powerful resolution makes it clear that the city of Durham will not stand idly by while Israel commits a genocide against the Palestinian people. That we need a permanent ceasefire now, an end to our tax dollars being used to fund this horrific regime, and an end to the brutal occupation of Palestine. As a Jewish person, I was taught that Israel would keep me and my people safe, that it was the only way we could guarantee the Holocaust would never happen again, that we needed Israel strong and armed to protect us. This was all a lie. If my safety requires the violent theft of another's homeland, the unrelenting oppression of Palestinians, and the mass murder of innocent people, then it is not safety at all. Palestinians deserve the entire world screeching to a halt, disrupted in every way imaginable, and at their backs as they fight for freedom and safety. We need an immediate and permanent ceasefire, an end to the U.S. funding of Israel, and a massive influx of humanitarian aid, and this could not be more urgent. I am grateful to all of you for taking the time to listen to your constituents, bring forth this resolution, and to the people power who made this happen. Thanks to you, Durham can take a bold step to ensure that never again means never again for anyone. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next, I have Mitchell Pinsky.
No, he's not here apparently, is he?
Is there Mitchell Pinsky here?
I'm Josh Ravitch.
Lauren Kabaki? Josh Ravitch?
Josh Ravitch.
Okay.
Okay. When we were led into the gas chambers, the world said nothing. When we were forcibly converted or murdered, the world said nothing. When we were expelled from countries just for being Jews, the world said nothing. When we now defend ourselves from future October 7th massacres, suddenly you have something to say. How did we take our revenge on the Germans for their final solution and the Spanish for their Inquisition? How did we take revenge when Islam labeled us as Jimmy, an inferior caste of people, including Christians, stole our property and exiled 1 million Jews from Muslim countries in North Africa and Middle East? We studied Torah. We innovated in medicine, defense systems, technology, and agriculture. We made music. We made the desert bloom. We won Nobel Prizes. We fulfilled the word of God by becoming a light unto the nations. So when you criticize us for defending our heritage and our ancestral homeland, we Jews do what you did. We ignore you. You proved to us for the last 2,000 years that when the chips are down, you don't care. So leave us alone, Durham, and go sort out your backyard issues like schools in chaos, development woes, public safety fears, while we continue our 5,784-year-old mission, enhancing the world we share. Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live.
Thank you. Next, I have Brad Young, Deborah Freeman. Oh, is it Deborah Friedman or Freeman?
Yeah, that's somebody else.
Freeman or Freeman? Or they somebody else. Okay. So I have Deborah Freeman, Lorraine Meehan, Andrew Gluck, and Leor Hasten. Okay. Madam Clerk, I have a Deborah Friedman and a Deborah Freeman. Are those two separate people or the same person?
Friedman is still online. That's a different person.
Right, Deborah Friedman spoke. This is Deborah Freeman.
Different spelling.
Mr. Mayor, there was a Deborah Friedman, Friedman.
Right, she spoke earlier.
She spoke earlier.
I just need to clarify if we have a Deborah Freeman. Is there Deborah Freeman, Freeman? No, this is for this case.
Do you
Okay.
want to check outside?
Yeah, let's just make sure we're not overlooking anyone. For these. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, also please see your email. All right. I have Brad Young. Are you Brad Young? All right, thank you. And I have Lorraine, Andrew, Leor or Lior. Okay. Madam Attorney, would you please take this one with you? Don't run your knee. Nina Jeffries. The address, okay. Let's go. You have 2 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Just don't want to miss anyone.
I'm Brad Young. I'm a 12-year Durham resident, and I'm an Israeli American. I'm active in multiple Palestinian-Israeli peace organizations, and I do stand firmly for Palestinian statehood as part of a two-state solution. Since October 7th, most of my time has been advocating for hostage release and ceasefire. With all that, this draft resolution scares me, and it scares me because once you've moved beyond the empathy of recognizing the pain in all of our communities and calling for specific resolution action, you cement a counterproductive message. Mayor Williams, you explained here in this forum previously that this is a statement of community beliefs, as there's no specific budget or operational activity to debate around it. And as a statement of beliefs, all that matters is the message that goes out to the public. And no matter how carefully you invest in trying to write a document that sounds like it may be even-handed, the message that it's going to be going out with all of your writing skills is going to be Durham is calling out Israel. You all know that. And the subhead or the subtext of that message is that it's going to be in response to vocal demands that are peppered with words like genocide and colonialism and are rife with denial of what actually happened on October 7th, and with forgetting of all of the attempts at peace that have been made over many, many years. All of this is strategically questioning Israel's right to exist and demonizing our community. That's the message that you are delivering with this resolution, no matter how much you invested in trying to keep it sounding like it's even-handed. Maybe that message that you're delivering, it's intentional, maybe it's accidental. The mind-boggling absence of the word Hamas in this draft hints at intentionality. To my Palestinian neighbors and friends, I mourn for every loss and I want to see the end, and I'm calling on my government to end this war. I hope that you can be calling on Hamas to release our hostages and cease the terror.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Lorraine Meehan.
Okay.
Council, you are entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And you've heard the facts often enough in this very room. The fact that Hamas broke the ceasefire that was in place October 6th and boasted about it. The fact that international law recognizes Israel's right to self-defense, the fact that the 1998 Hamas covenant vows to destroy Israel, that Hamas uses their own people as human shields, resulting in thousands of deaths. Council, you've been played by those who deny the facts, who hide behind words such as decolonization, apartheid, disproportionate retaliation, to the point that you did not even include the name Hamas in this resolution. How is this carrying out your oath to fairly and impartially perform the duties of your office? Will you vote for a resolution based on lies supporting the genocide of Israel, appeasing a small number of voters because you want to be reelected? Or will you do the right thing and take the moral high ground and vote no based upon truth, based upon facts? After all, you are entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gluck?
My question to ask all of you up here, why are we here? Only reason for you is to pander to anti-Semitism, to hate speech, to lies, to certain constitutions who want to see Israel destroyed and Jews slaughtered. Some of the lies I've heard in the last few weeks from the terrorist supporters have been that Israel has killed anywhere from 23,000 to 1 million. They can't even get their lies straight. You have absolutely no power in international law, but you have already shown in 2018 that Durham is the anti-Semitic capital of North Carolina. The only reason for you to vote for the ceasefire resolution is to continue the reputation of hate the city has. People who are embarrassed and ashamed of what they stand for hide their faces behind masks. Let me add, Jewish Voice for Peace has nothing to do with Judaism or is it peaceful. I noticed that not one person mentioned the tens of thousands of rockets Hamas has fired into Israel. Why? Is that because they support it? The lies spoken here by terrorist supporters are just that, lies and nothing but extreme anti-Semitism. By the way, there's never been a country called Palestine. You have Palestine, never been any country named that. They didn't exist. Palestinians did not exist until 1964. Learn your facts before you put something up there. It's an unknown place. You cannot find it on the map now. It never existed.
Next, I have Nina Jeffries. I'll remind everyone, please, keep order.
Good evening, members of Durham City Council. I'm Nina, and my address is on file. I'm a law student, a member of Sunrise Durham, and a resident of Durham. I appreciate your time. Atrocity cannot justify atrocity. We cannot justify the systemic removal of Palestinians from their homes. We cannot justify the damage or destruction of 90% of hospitals in northern Gaza and 70% of Gaza's hospitals as a whole. We cannot justify the slaughter of 26,000 people. 100,000 Palestinians are dead, missing, wounded, and more than 1 million have been displaced. Durham and North Carolina play a direct role in the horrors that Palestinians are forced to endure. As residents, we are sending $4.3 million in taxes annually to the Israeli military. By virtue of being in the state and living in Durham, we are contributing to the unjust taking of Palestinian life. While our national government has yet to act, I'm hopeful that my city will. Genocide cannot be a just pursuit. Please do not forget that the international course of justice found it plausible that the acts of the Israeli government could amount to genocide. In 2017, Human Rights Watch published a piece documenting 50 years of abuses against Palestinians, ranging from separate but equal policies with regard to travel, marriage, and property to war crimes like targeting civilian structures. This resolution is powerful in and of itself, and I'm proud of my city, but it does not go far enough. I urge you to be brave, to use your power to call for an end to U.S. providing weapons to the Israeli government, lift the siege on Gaza, and allow immediate and sufficient humanitarian aid to enter, call for the end of genocide. Those speaking in opposition may say that we are fanning the flames of hate, but this is not true. In fact, it's the opposite. We are here inspired by love. We love all people and want all to be free from terror and to be equal under the law. Our hearts cry in anguish as we watch from thousands of miles away as blood, soot-stained children search in vain for parents under mountains of rubble, as rescued crying babies arrive in hospitals, unaccompanied, sick, and utterly alone, and as families watch their loved ones die on hospital floors with no supplies to ease their cries of pain. The diversity in this room and of this coalition is a testament to the love we are connected by. Thank you for your consideration. That's all.
Next, I have Elizabeth Johnson, Tom Kaufman, Seth Hurley, Tyler Benjamin, and Raven Smith. Mayor Pro Tem, if you can assume the gavel, please. State your name.
Elizabeth Johnson.
Okay, start there. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello and peace to you. My name is Elizabeth Johnson, and I'm a Durham resident and a member of Mennonite Action. Mennonites have been present in Israel and Palestine for over 60 years as disaster relief workers and invited peacemakers. As a Christian and a pacifist, I condemn anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and the Christian ideologies that have fed them. I was horrified by the violence on October 7th and the spiraling violence that has claimed tens of thousands of lives since. I'm also horrified by the decades of state violence directed at Palestinians that created the conditions for the present situation to occur. This conflict did not begin on October 7th, and it's impossible to understand without considering the decades of blockades, occupation, and apartheid that preceded it. I'm devastated and angry that my government is using my tax dollars to fund Israel's bloody and disproportionate retribution. We should not be providing unconditional funding to a country actively under investigation for perpetrating genocide in violation of international law. Every day that this violence continues threatens the lives of the 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, almost half of whom are children, and the over 100 Israeli hostages who remain in captivity. Each of these lives is unique, precious, and irreplaceable. Their safety and flourishing will only come from a lasting peace that begins with justice and liberation. I'm here tonight to call for my city to pass a strong resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire and an end to the genocide. Durham has been a leader in this before, such as when we became the first city in the U.S. to ban police exchanges with Israel. We can be a leader in this again. This is not the time to mince our words by, for example, rightly naming the plight of the Israeli hostages in the proposed resolution, yet failing to specifically acknowledge the thousands of Palestinians held hostage in Israeli detention for no crime other than being Palestinian. This includes my pastor's personal friend, Anas Abu Sroor, who directs the youth center in Ida refugee camp and has been detained by Israel for months without charge or trial while his infant baby grows up without a dad. This is the time for us to stand up and say loudly.
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Stands against these abuses.
Thank you for being with us tonight. Madam Clerk, his honor is off the podium. Would you please note that I'm assuming the gavel until he returns? Tom Kaufman? Tom Kaufman? All right. Seth Hurley? Seth, thank you so much for being with us. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Seth Hurley, and I'm here today not as a representative of any particular organization, but rather as a concerned citizen. As I'm sure you all know, I'm a high school senior at the Durham School of the Arts and have lived my whole life in Durham. On my mom's side, I'm a fifth-generation immigrant, meaning that my great-great Jewish grandparents came to America during the 20th century Jewish diaspora. This holds great importance to me and to this discussion we're having here today. This is because my grandparents were able to come to America of their own free will. They were able to leave Eastern Europe and travel all the way across the world to America. The Palestinian people are not able to do the same. They do not have the basic human right that is self-determination. Today, these same people who do not have the right to self-determination are being executed by the tens of thousands. There are no words to describe the horror and pain being wrought by Israel and American arms. Israel has been found using white phosphorus bombs manufactured here in America. These are absolutely horrific devices which release a chemical that auto-ignites on contact with air and sticks to its targets like a leech could stick to you or me. The use of white phosphorus on or near civilian populations is not only immoral but illegal under international humanitarian law. Yet we, for some reason, as a city, have not made a stand against it, or the tens of thousands of other war crimes which Israel has committed in the past 4 months, not to mention the past 4 decades and beyond. Israel has continued to show contempt of the International Court of Justice by defying orders to immediately cease their killings of civilians. The United States has continued to show contempt for every other nation around the world by vetoing an international resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire so that the American military-industrial complex can continue making billions of dollars every single year from the death and destruction caused by war. And we, as Durhamites, have continued to show our contempt of humanity, our contempt of what is right and what is just in this world, our contempt of doing what we can do to help the Palestinian people by not having already passed this resolution months ago. Today, Durham needs to adopt the ceasefire resolution proposed by Councilmember Cook to show that we stand with the innocent lives of civilians who have been martyred day in and day out.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us. Tyler Benjamin. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Before I begin, I'd just like to note, I've been told that there are some speakers who are still outside the chamber who are not able to be, or not being welcomed in, or not able to get in. And I was just wanted to make sure that that's still part of the plan.
You have 2 minutes. We're aware of the situation. You have 2 minutes. I don't want to cut into your time.
Sure, thank you. My name is Tyler Benjamin, and I'm a resident of Durham, a clinical social worker and a Jewish anti-Zionist, and member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm here today to urge the council to pass a ceasefire resolution as the first step toward a world without blockade, apartheid, and occupation in Palestine. As a clinical social worker, I see individuals' mental health as both contributing to and resulting from connections to family, community, institutions, and systems. I'm absolutely destroyed when I imagine the possible post-traumatic realities of not hundreds, but likely thousands, possibly tens of thousands of Palestinians who may be the only ones with their family name left alive now on the face of this planet. And this has me thinking about my family a great deal. My own great-grandmother was one of 6 born in Jerusalem to Jews fleeing pogroms in Russia between 1900 and 1910, at a time when Jews around the world were not only deeply skeptical of establishing a Jewish state through conquest in Palestine that only protected Jews, but were also, in well-documented cases, explicitly opposed to that kind of state and organized by the tens of thousands to make their opposition known. My journey to uncover and reckon with my family's history has only deepened my conviction that Palestine must be free, that we are witnessing only the latest wave of genocide against Palestinians living under Israeli occupation. I reject with my whole being, and as many of my ancestors as I can muster, the false notion that ethnic cleansing of Palestinians ever did and ever will lead to Jewish safety. That's why I say not in my name and urge this city council to join us in demanding that Congress and President Biden do whatever is within their power right now to prevent the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sonali Sengupta, you still here? There you go. All right, I'll go ahead and call you up. And also, Madam Clerk, do you have Robert Gutman back? He was emailing.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Gutman is not online.
All right. And I have Raven Smith. There you go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Raven Smith, and I'm a resident of Durham for almost 3 years. Before I start my prepared remarks, I just want to say that it's lovely to see all these folks here in support of this resolution. Thank you for speaking up. I know it's not easy. And I also want to say, as a librarian, that it's really important that we all get our facts straight. So always double check your facts. You can be for a cause and have the wrong facts. So, the last thing I want to say real fast is that I know this isn't always mentioned, but my heart breaks for all innocent people who were killed in this conflict, both Israeli and Palestinian, and I don't think that makes anyone safer. Since I am a librarian, I know that one way to better understand the horrors of our world is through literature. In the 3rd book of The Hunger Games, entitled Mockingjay, author Suzanne Collins narrates a story of war and trauma and hope through the eyes of a teenage girl named Katniss Everdeen. In the aftermath of war, Katniss remarks, "I no longer feel allegiance to these monsters called human beings, despite being one myself, because something is significantly wrong with a creature that sacrifices its children's lives to settle its differences. You can spin it any way you like, but in the end, who does it benefit? No one. The truth is, it benefits no one to live in a world where these things happen." The Hunger Games is considered dystopian, yet I find myself relating to the words on the page as they match the images on my screen. Entire cities being leveled, much like District 12, children killed and those who run to save them bombed, much like 6-year-old Hind Rajab, who was trapped alone in a car with her dead relatives. She was murdered, and the 2 medics who ran to save her were murdered as well. Collins wrote The Hunger Games after flipping between channels showing reality TV and war. I feel the same scrolling on social media, watching my 1-year-old nephew stuff raspberries in his mouth, watching toddlers sitting with gaunt eyes and hungry bellies that will carry the despair of starvation for the rest of their lives, if they make it to 2. watching videos of empty, bombed-out schools, homes, mosques, churches, libraries, places of refuge, once gone in an instant. We have the opportunity to do something. Another quote from Mockingjay, "What we need is a dandelion in the spring. The bright yellow means rebirth instead of destruction."
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Free Palestine.
As Ms. I'm just going to call the next 5 names so we can get ready. Elise Crystal, Anna Duncan, Noah Ruben Blows, Victor Iquisa, and Nicole Dropluk. Thank you. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Sharnali Sengupta, and thank you so much, Durham City Council, for letting us speak and share this process with you. I was born and raised in North Carolina. I earned my PhD from Duke University, and I want to say I absolutely love Durham. Durham is my home. And before I start, I want to dedicate this Clementine to a young lady named Iman Ches. She was murdered on November 11th in Gaza. Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel and the author of Night wrote, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. We must take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." As a child, I remember reading Night in Anne Frank's diary. It devastated me. I spent weeks crying afterwards. I always wondered, if someone read her diary while it was happening, would the world have saved her? Would we have stood up and said, "This is genocide and it must stop"? Or would we have waited years for it to write it down in history and look back and ask ourselves, were we on the right side of it? With the power of social media, we are reading the diaries of Gazans every night, and each day, our US leaders remain silent. We are witnessing a genocide unfold on our phones every night, and we need to call it for what it is, a genocide. I did not have to, but I live in Durham because I believe in this community. Durham is one of the most culturally diverse areas in the South. We are also one of the most educated cities in the nation, and we lead the nation in many fields. While Raleigh and Chapel Hill remain silent, I urge the City Council to continue to be leaders in this nation and be amongst the cities to pass a strongly worded resolution calling out for the genocide of Palestinians, calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, and ending military aid to Israeli forces. None of us are free until Palestine is free. Thank you.
So I really hate to do this. I ask you all to stand up and get in line, but I do have to take a break. Sorry. I have to take a break, a 10-minute break. We have services that are being provided online to be accessible to all of Durham, so I need to give them a break so that we could refresh. So colleagues, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back. I'll see you back at 11:15 p.m.
PM.
I've sent him another invite. We'll see what happens. Anyway.
So we have a bunch of people that are stuck outside, and they won't let them in, and it's in violation of open meeting law. The security guards, they actually shut one of them.
I came to the city to develop leadership and supervisory skills. I stayed because of the city's culture and dedication to serving residents. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city for the great insurance and retirement benefits.
but I stayed for stability and vacation time. The city of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city looking for a new challenge in my career. I stayed for the growth opportunities, work-life balance, and impact my work has on the community. The city of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad en busca de un nuevo reto para mi carrera. Me quedé por las oportunidades de crecimiento, el balance entre la vida laboral y el personal y el impacto de mi trabajo en la comunidad. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city of Durham to improve living conditions for residents, and I stayed because I'm encouraged to advance my career. The city of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad de Durham para mejorar las condiciones de vida de los residentes. Me quedé porque me apoyan a avanzar en mi carrera. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/language access. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
Owning a home provides a sense of financial stability, family, community, and pride. But housing prices are now higher than ever, making it hard for many Durham residents to afford their first home. That's why the City of Durham is offering the Down Payment Assistance Program to support eligible individuals with up to $80,000 in 0% interest forgivable loans to purchase a house within the city limits. Visit this site or call to find out if you qualify for the program.
All right. Everyone, please have a seat.
Appreciate it, though.
If you will, please have your seat, please.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to.
If you will, please have a seat. If you will, please have a seat. We need to get the meeting back started. All right. Elise, welcome. You have 2 minutes. Now, everyone, as you're finding your seat, just please keep it down as we're moving so the speakers can be heard. Thank you so much. You may begin. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Elise Crystal. I'm a 24-year resident of Durham, and I am...
I'm sorry, just one moment.
Yep,
What's your name?
Elise Crystal.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, I
Am
thought I
the
read
right
the wrong one.
person? Okay. And I am a Jew. I'm part of an ancient community, culture, and tradition that pre-exists the state of Israel by thousands of years. My Jewishness does not rely on Israel. What I would like to do is ask you what it is you need to hear to be persuaded to pass a permanent and immediate ceasefire resolution, one that condemns genocide and ethnic cleansing. Do we need to hear about the little girl who watched her parents and infant brother die in the bombing and then underwent a surgical amputation without anesthesia? Do we need to list the environmental consequences of this war and the devastation wrought by 4 months and counting of unending bombardment and the use of chemical weapons? Do we need to see more images of dead bodies in white body bags of all shapes and sizes and watch their loved ones weep and wail over them? I can explain our complicity in this brutal, dehumanizing criminal enterprise that we are underwriting. The bombing of hospitals and schools, electricity and water turned on and off by the whim of the Israeli government. Shall we cite international and human rights law? I can yell and scream and weep about the cruelty of forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, and Israel's plan to steal even more territory from the indigenous population. And I can tell you how heartbroken I am because Palestinians are eating grass, because I understand that the atrocities committed in my name
Thank you.
lead to generations of traumatized people.
Thank you so much. Anna Duncan.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, council members, and my fellow Durham friends, neighbors, and residents. My name is Anna Duncan. I'm a Durham resident. I'm a mother of 2 young kids who are amazing and incredible.
Pardon me, I'm so sorry. So that mic is really sensitive, so the folks that are listening online probably hear more about you moving it than what you're saying.
How's that?
There you go.
Yeah?
All right.
Okay. I'm a Durham resident. I'm a mother of 2 young kids who are amazing and incredible and no more deserving of a safe and loving home and food and water and all of the things that every child in Gaza and Palestine deserves today as well. I'm also a member of the community group Mothers for Ceasefire here in Durham, and I'm here tonight to urge the council to be courageous and pass a strong resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to U.S. military aid to Israel. I'm proud to live in a city that has been a national leader for social, racial, and economic justice, and today is a moment when we need Durham to take a clear stance for justice once again. As a mother, I have been devastated by the indiscriminate killing of almost 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. I grieve with the mothers of the 13,000 children who have been killed, and I fear for what tomorrow will bring for the majority of the population of Gaza that has been displaced from their homes and are at dire risk of starvation. The world is witnessing genocide being documented in real time, and a global majority has condemned Israel's genocidal acts, including the International Court of Justice, who has found it plausible that Israel's acts could amount to genocide. We in the United States are complicit in this genocide as long as our government continues to send military aid, to sell Israel the bombs that are murdering children, and to block efforts to hold Israel accountable under international law. It may feel like what we say or do in Durham won't make a difference, But 4.3 million of our tax dollars from Durham are going to Israel's military annually, plus 91 million from across North Carolina.
Thank you.
I call on members of the council to pass a strong ceasefire resolution, an end to military aid, and an end to the siege to allow humanitarian aid in.
Time is up. Next, we have Noah Ruben Blows.
Good evening. I am student Rabbi Noah Ruben Blows. I am a lifelong Durhamite, and I am the student rabbi of Makom, our anti-Zionist and queer-led synagogue here in Durham. I'm here to say ceasefire now and the genocide in our time against the Palestinian people. No more U.S. military aid to Israel. And I'm going to read a poem by Puerto Rican Jewish poet Aurora Levins Morales. It's called Summons. Last night, I dreamed 10,000 grandmothers from the 1,200 corners of the earth walked out into the gap, one breath deep between the bullet and the flesh, between the bomb and the family. They told me we cannot wait for governments. There are no peacekeepers boarding planes. There are no leaders who dare to say, every life is precious, so it will have to be us. They said, we will cup our hands around each heart. We will sing the earth's song, the song of water, a song so beautiful that vengeance will turn to weeping, that mourners will embrace, and grief replace every impulse toward harm. 10,000 is not enough, they said, so we have sent this dream like a flock of doves into the sleep of the world. Wake up, put on your shoes. You who are reading this, I am bringing bandages and a bag of scented guavas from my trees. I think I remember the tune. Meet me at the corner. Let's go.
Thank you so much. Next, I have Victor Iquiza.
Victor Akiza.
Iquiza, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to write something up, but I guess I'll just speak from the heart. I just want to start off by saying I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Arab, I'm a proud Mexican, but I know the question of Palestinian liberation is a question of human liberation, and that's why it's concerning and disturbing that it has taken over 4 months for the City Council to finally pass a ceasefire resolution, hopefully. And I don't understand why haven't y'all been jumping at every opportunity, every chance to speak out against this genocide, y'all. Come on, please. How much more do we have to beg? We have to come here every single week? I'm looking at y'all. Yeah, y'all. But yeah, I'm tired too, so I can see y'all tired too, but you know who's also tired? The people in Gaza. They haven't had a night's sleep for the last 4 months, and they just want this to end, and y'all can do something, the bare minimum to maybe push this towards the end, and I beg for y'all to do it, for the people of Gaza, for people of the world to do it. Pass a ceasefire resolution, pass language that's based in reality, address this genocide, please, and can we address the Zionism as a fascist ideology and stop giving them a platform, please? Why are we giving a platform to fascists, all right? Ceasefire now, free Palestine. Thank you.
Could you pronounce your name for me to make sure I get it right?
Nicole Drapluck.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Nicole. I'm a Durham resident, a behavioral healthcare worker, and a member of the PSL. I am here to urge the City Council to pass a strong ceasefire resolution grounded in our reality. The reality that over 100,000 Palestinians have been murdered or injured, the reality that 500,000 are awaiting their death due to starvation and disease, the reality that there are 0 functioning hospitals in Gaza as a result of Israeli bombardment. That's genocide. The reality is that a blatant genocide is happening, and we're watching it happen at our fingertips. While I appreciate the Council's efforts to propose a ceasefire, I condemn that it fails to use the language of permanence or genocide or collective punishment or ethnic cleansing, any of the above. It fails to do any of it. A ceasefire resolution is merely a first step. We understand that you do not have a direct influence on federal tax money. allocation, but we call on you as our most accessible representatives to use your leverage as council members to demand Congress to stop using our tax dollars on genocide and ethnic cleansing. Because the reality is that the people of our city are struggling to pay rent, struggling to feed their families, struggling to survive. Do your duty as our supposed representatives and public servants of the people of Durham and urge the investment into resources that alleviate violence and improve the lives of the people you serve. Food, healthcare, housing, mental health support, youth programs, sufficient public transportation, we need it. Urge the divestment from war and occupation abroad that prevents us at home from accessing the resources we need. It blows my mind to think that our tax dollars fund healthcare and subsidize housing in Israel, but somehow there is never enough money at home. There is always enough money for war abroad, but there's never enough money for us here at home. That doesn't make sense to me. With the remainder of my time, I would like to praise those of us who have continued to stand on the right side of history and remain dedicated to a world free of imperialism and occupation. The fight is only beginning. The ceasefire is our first step. We're just beginning. Thank you.
All right, I have next Carmen Gutierrez. Abraham Jariri. Carly O'Donnell. Alex Trejo. And Janayat Khan. Again, I am, as folks are coming up to the podium, I am getting emails from some people that are stating that they are online. I just want to state that we have the registration for signups before 7 p.m. tonight in person and online earlier today. And I just want to make sure that we're sticking to this process, not only for tonight, but for just consistency. So if you're emailing, if you can hear me online, I am responding to you and forwarding it to the clerk to verify registration. Okay, thank you. Carmen, right?
Hello, my name is Carmen. I'm here to make a brief comment. It has now been 136 days of escalated violence and unimaginable brutality against the people of Palestine at the hands of Israel, backed by money and support from the United States. Over 30,000 innocent Palestinians have been violently murdered. Tens of thousands more have been injured or disabled. Everyone in Gaza and all of occupied Palestine are hurt, suffering, starving, and barely surviving from moment to moment. Politicians at every level of government are complicit, including all of you. You are all democratically elected officials. As such, you should know well that is the absolute bare minimum expectation that the political power you all have should be used to stand for humanity and justice. The ongoing genocide in Gaza is an absolute human catastrophe, and this is an understatement. To support a permanent ceasefire is a completely uncomplicated decision. Killing innocent people is always wrong. We cannot ignore this catastrophe. Further, we cannot ignore the way our tax dollars are being used to violently massacre tens of thousands of innocent people. When will it be enough? What will compel you to do the bare minimum? Show us today that all of you as elected officials stand strongly and courageously against genocide. That you stand with Palestinians, that you stand with all Arabs, that you stand with all indigenous people, with all oppressed people. Or show us that you stand with genocide and global white supremacy.
Thank you. Abraham Jariri.
Durhamites, Mayor, and Council members. My name is Ibrahim. I'm a resident here for the past 9 years. Lived in Michigan, as you can tell. This kufiya does not represent whatever that person said. Those little waves They're the waves of the sea. And on the back, it's a net. It's a fishing net they use. But unfortunately, Palestinians don't have access to this sea that's been controlled by Israel. I am a Palestinian who lost his parents' land from violent settlers, mainly from Eastern Europe between 1948 and 1967. I'm not a Hamas. This is not about Hamas, and it never was. Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived in Palestine for hundreds of years until vicious Zionists from Eastern Europe took over our land. My family got kicked to Jordan. They can no longer go back. They can no longer go back to their own home. We lost over than 100 acres where settlements and Israeli farms are built on right now as we speak. Those are lands under our names, and we will never give them up. We had deals to sell. We will never sell our lands. 3 of my cousins were shot and killed this year in the West Bank. My cousin Randa Ajaj was killed on her way to the hospital to deliver a baby. And this happened, I believe, at the end of October. I ask for my city tax money that comes to yearly $4 million, not to be sent to kill my people. Instead, please invest in our mental health issues here with our students, with our local people.
Thank you so much. Carly O'Donnell.
Sorry?
What's your name?
Junaid Khan.
Okay. So everyone is inside the building now. I just want to make sure I don't miss these names. Carly O'Donnell, are you in here? And Alex Trejo? Or Trejo? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, these 2 names, can we just check to make sure they're in the lobby? Carly O'Donnell and Alex Trejo. All right. You may resume. 2 minutes, thank you.
Right. My name is Junaid Khan. I am a resident of Durham and I support the ceasefire resolution, but let me add some context. Durham was the first US city to end police exchanges with Israel. I am proud of this. We were ahead. But let's look at the situation with this genocide now. 48 city councils have called for a ceasefire, and Durham is late. I know there are procedures, but regardless of the reasons, this delay is shameful. Let's not add shame to this delay by neglecting to call for an end to US aid and arms to Israel, not just the Netanyahu government, because I guarantee you, there's a score of genocidal politicians eager to replace him immediately. Let's not add shame to this delay by neglecting to call for an end to the occupation of Palestine and for the release of all hostages, especially Palestinian adults and children detained, mistreated, and tortured by Israel long before October 7th. Let's not add shame to this delay by neglecting to call a genocide a genocide. And so I demand you pass this ceasefire resolution and adopt the amendments submitted by Durham for a Free Palestine, many of which I just listed. Let's not play both sides with genocide. And do not listen to those who want to make this about Hamas and not genocide, as if Israel didn't support Hamas in the first place. Check the NYT and check The Intercept, their reports on that. My ancestors also survived a genocide against Bengalis by Pakistan, which the US also supported. Because my ancestors survived, I am here to say a firm and resounding no to US-sponsored genocide yet again. And I know for a fact that many of you have ancestors who have survived genocide.
Thank you very much.
Lessons that are all too common.
Thank
So
you.
let no one use past genocides to justify this one.
Thank you. So my final four cards, I just have Sophia. I'm not sure what Sophia? Okay, Sophia, student Rabbi Eli DeWitt. Swanali, I have you, unless there's another Swanali in the room. Okay, all right, gotcha. And Robert Wilkinson. Robert Wilkinson. And just for the record, just for clarification, Madam Clerk, I can be heard in the lobby, is that right? Okay. Robert Wilkinson, if you're in the lobby, please step into the chambers. Welcome. 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sophia Rakabi, and I am an Arab resident of Durham and a student organizer. I want to briefly tell the tragic story of Hida Raja. Her and her 6 relatives were fleeing Gaza City. Israeli military targeted her and her family, shooting at their car. Her entire family was massacred right before her very eyes. Imagine a 6-year-old child experiencing such trauma, the lone survivor. She managed to call for help. On the phone with a Red Crescent dispatcher, she states an Israeli tank was so close. She was mortified, scared. She's begging for the woman on the phone. She begs, "I'm scared, please come. Come take me, please will you come?" She stays on the line for 3 hours. An ambulance was dispatched and notified the Israeli military in an attempt to guarantee a safe passage and rescue of this young girl. It was reported that the ambulance was being targeted by Israeli gunfire. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that the Palestinian Red Crescent found the remains of the ambulance and the Raja's car. All had been killed by Israeli fire. The family's vehicle had its windows blown out and the door covered with bullet holes. The Red Crescent ambulance was found a few feet away, completely destroyed by an Israeli missile, resulting in the death of 2 ambulance workers. This is just one of countless stories of Palestinians have been experiencing in Gaza. I'm here to demand you adopt the amendment submitted by the Durham for Free Palestine. We in Durham have the opportunity to push the U.S. towards an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the end of U.S. aid of the Israeli colonial project. This is money that we could use. The money that we send to the apartheid state could be used to support our own community here in Durham. Better wages, better infrastructure, better education for our youth, better living conditions for everyone here in Durham. This is for a better future for children and all people, both here and abroad in Palestine. Free Palestine, and inshallah we see liberation in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm student Rabbi Eli DeWitt, and I'm here with hundreds of Durham's community who are here to say Durham is for a free Palestine, permanent ceasefire now, and U.S. aid to Israel. There are hundreds of people here at Durham City Hall, and it's almost midnight, and we're here because this situation could not be more urgent. This is the absolute least that we could do. Thank you for considering a ceasefire resolution, and please do consider, as it almost turns to another day, day 137 of this genocide, to include the amendments to call this what it is, a genocide. An ongoing genocide that's been going on for more than 4 months. 1.5 million people are stuck in Rafah, being threatened with a ground invasion. When I, as a Jew, as a leader of the Jewish people, say never again for everyone, it is not in spite of what I know of my Jewish people's longing for safety. It is because of it. Is that not the longing of all people? This is all connected. We here in Durham are telling you that what you do with this resolution and with our tax dollars, paying for bombs to rain down on Gaza, that is not the Durham we want to live in. How can we trust you with our children if that is where our money is going? We are looking to you to have the moral courage to speak truth to power, to allow Durham to be an example of a community that says no to state-sanctioned violence for anyone, ever. This is a genocide. Please, just tell people that. They know. It's a genocide being carried out by imperial powers who recognize the worth of no human being over profit. There is no military solution to that.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, there were two individuals who were trying to get on. Did we ever work that out? One was Robert Gutman and the other Alexandra Oken.
I don't see either one in the queue, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. It's, thank you everyone who has come tonight, and shared your solidarity on both sides of this issue. At this time, those are all the cards, all the speakers that I have, and I'm going to now bring this back before my colleagues. Madam Clerk, we received several cards, I'm sure, after 7. Were there, what I'm addressing are the ones that were before 7? Was that one before 7? Okay. Yep. Colleagues, I'm going to bring you back before the council now. And I will follow my same route here. So I'll start with Councilmember Cook.
As the author, I'm going to waive my right to go first.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. Yes, this is I want to thank everyone for pushing us. I think that we should have done this earlier. There are a lot of people who are in the room, who are outside, who are watching at home, who have been deeply engaged in this matter, who have participated, who have written us. I want to speak to you all, but I also want to speak to people who have not been deeply engaged in this matter and perhaps have not been paying close attention, and explain some reasons why I do believe we should pass a ceasefire resolution here in Durham, because there are so many people who are struggling in our own city, who are wondering why they're opening up YouTube and pulling this up and wondering why we're talking about this. And I want to talk about the reasons why. And I have a list here. So I'm going to run down the list. The first one, and some folks here tonight have already spoken to some of these issues. The first one is because of the scale of the atrocity here. We've already heard numbers, but I think it's worth repeating. Over 29, hundreds killed on October 7th. Since October 7th, over 29,000 Palestinians killed, 70,000 wounded, 80% of the population of Gaza has been displaced. And I think it's important to name that because the scale is worth addressing in the little city of Durham, North Carolina. Second, because there's urgency to this moment. There are hostages that need to be released, and that includes hostages in Gaza, and that includes hostages, Palestinian hostages, and other people who are being unjustly held in Israeli prisons, and bombing that needs to end. Hostages who are facing appalling conditions, Palestinians who are facing famine, disease, and much more. The Associated Press reported just today that a quarter of the population of Gaza is starving. That's the Associated Press. Number 3 is because of the role of our country specifically. We spend more on our military than the 10 subsequent largest militaries in the world combined. We have an obligation, therefore, to keep up with, to understand, to interrogate, and to participate in world affairs at all levels, as individuals and at local government. In fact, we have a duty to engage in understanding them and in weighing in on them. We need to do this. And I personally believe that we need to take every opportunity that is presented to us to speak out against our bloated military-industrial complex and fight for reducing it, fight against that military-industrial complex. Again, according to the Associated Press, the majority of the bombs that have been dropped in Gaza have been US-made. Number 4, because this doesn't take anything away from the extensive time that we commit to issues of direct city government-related issues. We spend hours and hours in budget meetings. We talk about sediment in our streams. We talk about people who feel unsafe in our own streets. We talk about rezoning cases. This has not taken away from any of that. We are here late tonight. We just would have had a shorter meeting otherwise. We are deeply committed to all issues, and we find that this one is related. Number 5, we are a global neighbor. Durham is a global neighbor. We are all global neighbors now more than ever. We have a Sister Cities program here in Durham, and if you go to Durham Central Park, you'll see a little street sign that points in all directions, because we have sister cities in Costa Rica and in Mexico and in Greece and in Tanzania. And we have that program because we recognize that we are global neighbors, just as Raleigh is a neighbor of ours, just as Chapel Hill is a neighbor of ours. Number 6, because of you all, because our constituents and the people we represent are calling for it. We've heard from folks with many different viewpoints on this issue, but we have witnessed far greater levels of community and civic engagement over the past couple months than on many, many other issues. And in many ways, I think some folks have even discovered local government and city government through this issue and by coming here. And number 7, because, and this was mentioned by several speakers, because our state and federal governments, let's be honest, they're oligarchical. They work for the richest and for corporations, and they don't represent the interests of ordinary people. But local government, with all of the flaws that we have at the local government level, with all of the flaws that we have at city council, we are deeply imperfect, but we are far more democratic, we are far more inclusive, and we are far more representative of the constituents that we represent. And so we actually listen to people when they come to us. And I don't think that we can say the same. In fact, I know we can't say the same for our state government, who chooses their own constituents, and for our federal government. Number 8, there is a vote taking place across this country. And that's just the reality of where we are. Several speakers have noted that other cities have already voted for ceasefire resolutions. We are not stepping out alone. This is a process now. We are adding our little voice to a growing collection of voices and other cities across the country. We are not just speaking individually. This is a vote that we are casting. And we hope that by us voting, we are also encouraging other municipalities to vote as well and add their vote into this process. Number 9, because unions around the country are calling for a ceasefire, and we must support and show solidarity with organized labor, the United Auto Workers, SEIU, the American Federation of Teachers, UE 150, the Durham Workers Assembly, USSW. Labor across the country is raising their voice in solidarity with this issue. Look, there's really no politically convenient action on this issue. We shouldn't reduce the indescribable pain of those who are suffering in Gaza and those who are suffering in Israel into a political calculation. So tonight, I hope that we add our name to the list of cities and that we pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Thank you so much. It's been a long evening. I first actually want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Cook. I think that many of y'all on this dais knew I was, quite frankly, not a fan of moving forward in this process. I was on the council in 2018 when we passed a resolution around police exchanges with Israel, and it was probably one of the, we've had many hard moments on this council, but it was a challenging moment, and quite frankly, I didn't want to do it again. And so I just want to thank my colleague because it was something that was really important to her. And so part of being a good colleague is also working with your colleagues and supporting them. That is part of this job. And so I will be supporting this resolution with its current language. And I think that I also just want to acknowledge Councilmember Cook because she worked really diligently to try and bring this council to consensus on language with many, many different folks in her ear with lots of different asks across community. I also want to thank my colleague, Mayor Williams, who did bring a small group of folks together, again, to try and bring consensus on what we know is divisive, right? I don't think that something that's hard or divisive doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, right? I think a lot of times, most of our most important decisions are things that were hard to do. If they weren't hard to do, they would have already been done. I do want to just acknowledge folks. I think one of the things we've heard pretty consistently is, you know, Raleigh's done this or Chapel Hill's done this. I think we can all name that Durham is an especially unique community, not just in North Carolina and the South, but across the country. Many of the folks in this room have talked about how they chose Durham. And they chose Durham because they found something special and meaningful and different here. And so I think, and I think the elected leaders across the city reflect that. I think there's a standard and an expectation on how we serve and deliver as elected leaders in this community that is different. When we leave, we're often told Durham's kind of a hot mess, and it is a little bit of a hot mess, but I'll take it any day of the week. So thank you all for pushing us. I will say it's been a challenge for me, especially. And I'm not going to get, I appreciate Councilmember Baker's kind of deeper analysis on it. I have a lot I could share as somebody who is in this country because of actions of the U.S. government. I think many folks have talked about their own ancestries and their own family stories. I think what we're seeing also in this moment is a unifying and a response from the global South against deeper things around imperialism and militarism. And I think that is why often you see those countries come out so strongly as pro-Palestinian. Chile was one of the first countries that pulled its diplomats. Many Latin American countries did that. And I think it is because there is a recognition and a identification of what is happening. I do also want to say, and this was something that was very, very clear in the small group that I participated in with the Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Williams, is the recognition of the preciousness of human life. And I think that this resolution very much calls to that. So whether someone is Israeli or Palestinian, the conflict there is a huge failure around that recognition of the preciousness of human life and the dignity of all human life. And I think that we need to do better. So yes, this is a small piece of a bigger effort, hopefully, but that's the part that I think I hold the most, is that we all have to do better. We all have to realize our own humanity, our shared humanity, and that we do need to move in a collective way if we want any hope of a different future. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
You could just give me a moment.
I'm sorry, say again?
If you could just give me a moment, I'm still trying to get my thoughts together.
Okay, Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I know the hour's late. Again, I want to thank everyone who's come today and shared your most heartfelt feelings and opinions on this issue. I know it's incredibly, incredibly emotional. For the past month or so, I've listened to your testimony in many meetings. I've read your emails, responded to many of them, and I met with leaders on both sides of this issue. You have come to us as your elected officials, and I think others on the dais have mentioned this, in part because we're the closest elected officials to you, right? And frankly, with the Republican supermajority at the state level, I think you feel like you're not heard there. Our federal government is mired in gridlock. And so, frankly, we listen to you. And so I appreciate you coming here to share your deepest thoughts, concerns, and anguish about what's happening in the Middle East. From my perspective, our job, and this is as one particularly wise constituent wrote to me the other day, at this point in this hour, it's not to adjudicate charges of genocide or apartheid or to try to propose some kind of long-term policy solution in the Middle East. It's not our job at this point. Rather, what I'm hearing simply is that you all feel like your federal government, our federal policy, is out of line with your values as people, values of peace and the value of individual life. And so I resonate with that, and for that reason, I'll support this resolution. I do want to say a few words. I think our Jewish neighbors have probably left the room. I'm sure many are listening online. If there's some here, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Apologies, yeah. I do want to say, I know that many Jewish neighbors would prefer we not approve this resolution. I know this cuts deep. What I'm voting for here is a clear policy disagreement with the state of Israel. This is not about any question about whether Israel should exist. It's simply a policy difference that I feel in my heart. Many of you all have expressed that, and I think that's what I feel we're here to do primarily. So I want to assure all our Jewish residents in Durham that you're very much seen and heard in this debate. We disagree on this one, and I want to apologize if this feels hurtful in any way to you. Finally, I want to recognize my colleague, our youngest probably, but also newest colleague on council, for doing the hard work of drafting this resolution and hearing many comments and feedback on the resolution. So thanks for doing the hard work of drafting that and bringing that forward. I also do want to thank the mayor. You've done a remarkable job of allowing public discourse to take place often and in many messy ways. But you've done that in a way that's allowed people to express their deepest fears and hopes and anguish. And at the same time, you've maintained decorum, and that means a lot, that people have had the chance to express their opinions, and we have done this in a way that we can all hear each other and engage in debate respectfully. So I really appreciate you doing that. So thank you.
Councilmember Freeman, are you ready?
Thank you. I just want to call into the room just a little bit of this experience on council, and just to see how well supported this issue has been in our community, and just say that it hurts because you weren't here last year. And I want to say that first and foremost. And just knowing that these issues of oppression and racism and colonization and how well-versed folks are on this issue cuts deep, because I know I spent a year in turmoil here, and not many of you were in this room. Not many of you were a part of it. Not many of you were in conversation with myself or others who were involved in it. And I get it. I just want to be clear that that's what's holding me up right now. And so as I bring my full self to this work, I ran on a platform of social, economic, and environmental justice in 2017. And I've been here doing this work consistently, and I think to the best of my ability. And nothing would prepare me for what we are seeing in this moment. And I don't even know how to calculate it, but to say that it is sheer power that keeps us silent. It is sheer power that keeps us confused, that keeps us misdirected, and in so many ways, I can't help but say, like, there's a white liberalism in the room that's irritating. And it's when you don't say these things that I can't be genuine in this space if I don't say that. And I think I just need to be very, like, open with you in saying that this resolution, I mean, it could have been done months ago, and we've gone through these many months to get to this point, and it's frustrating. I'll just say that. And I was here in 2018. I really appreciate Councilmember Caballero bringing that up, because as a Black woman, I refuse to be the one to bring this forward. I just want to be very upfront in saying that. I told my people in my neighborhoods, I'm not doing it. I've fallen on the sword enough times, and I've been cut, and I've been torn down in so many ways. And I need you to hear this, because this is why politicians don't do what you're asking them to do. And so if you really want people who fight for justice, you have to support them. And I only say that because there's so much more we could get from the work together in our community, because this is not just about Palestine. This is about the boys and girls who are shooting each other in our streets. This is about the women and children who are dying in childbirth here in the United States. And I know that it's a culmination of all of that brings us to this point, and that's why it hurts so bad, because you're seeing it live and in action, like on a 24-hour reel if you've got Instagram, and it's impossible to tolerate, like, personally. And so I know I sat in a precinct meeting this weekend. No shade to anyone else. I'm a Democrat, and I'm a proud Democrat, because I believe that we are better when we make things change. And the resolution that came forward on this was so, the sentiment was there and all the words were wrong, and I couldn't like gather myself enough to just say, we've got to be better. We've got to do more. And this resolution isn't it. And so I want to really, like, be wholehearted in supporting this moving forward in a way that actually is authentically genuine. But I am very clear, like, I saw the hurt in folks' eyes in the Jewish community when we did pass the resolution last time. And I did not like that. And I am very clear that today I hold that tension, because I can feel my heart and my head, well, my head and my heart, unable to make sense of what we're seeing today, because there is some sickness in us that would think that we could shoot and, propel rockets. Like, these are man-made tools being used against women, children, just civilians, everyone's someone's child, like, and I don't have an answer. And so if this resolution is what gets us to that point, I'm fine. For the city of Durham, without a lawsuit that, puts us in crosshairs of anybody, like, there are so many layers to this conversation that are not said, and I want to say them to you, and just being like, we've got to be better. We just got to be better. And I'll leave it at that. Have like responses to almost everybody's comments. But yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
I have also written my statements, which is not generally my style, as y'all will come to know. But there's a lot of things that I want to say. I'm not going to hit all of them, but I'm going to try. I want to also thank my colleagues, and particularly all of you, for coming out to speak so eloquently on this issue. And I'm already crying. It's fine. I want to really specifically talk to the Jews who've come out. I know because I am Jewish, and it has been a lifelong struggle for me to find my place in the Jewish community and hold opinions different than the Zionist Jews that I was around. And it is so powerful, and I understand the difficulty and the risk of ostracization that you face when you come out and speak on these issues, and all I can say is that I understand, and I really thank you for coming out. What you have before you is a document that I know is short, but it took hours and hours of time. It took rewrites. It took late-night phone calls, including from my rabbi, who was willing to speak with me, on the drop of a hat, and other members of the community who have sat with me over a kitchen table and watched me cry. So I want to thank everybody who has shared in the weight of this action, and that includes my colleagues as well. It has been really heavy for a lot of us. And I know that there are members of the Jewish community who are going to feel pain at the passage of this resolution. As a Jew, it breaks my heart that we have tied ourselves to this idea of Zionism such that we can't really interrogate the actions of a government as separate than our religion. I also want to recognize that being Jewish comes with a contemporary understanding that anti-Semitism is the #1 religious-based hate crime. And the fears that we experience, the constant search for the exits at synagogue, the pain as, and our communities are targeted, that is all real. And someone said earlier, we are a people of diaspora, and we long for a place, just like many other folks who have been people of diaspora and people who have faced eradication. But Judaism is more than just fear. Judaism is adaptability, it's change, it's a text with rabbis' words written around the text and another layer of rabbis' words written around that text. We grapple, and that is the beauty of Judaism. And our history has been that we have stood in moments where there have been larger movements. We have stood with people who are not Jewish. We have recognized injustice. And another thing that we have done that I think is so important is that we have preserved our history, and it is ugly and it is hard, and we do that because I want the idea of genocide to not be one that we have to keep calling events in the future. But unfortunately, though that term was coined in the Holocaust, it has been applied to many other places, and it is being applied by many courts and many countries to the current situation that we're seeing. I know that for everyone that's going to feel hurt by this resolution, there's so many of you who are also feeling frustrated by its limitations. And I'm frustrated too. Many of you have laid out the atrocities that are ongoing. When I think about the pain and the grief that people are feeling, I can't understand it. As many of you know, I practice law and I am an eviction defense lawyer, and people ask me all the time how I deal with the trauma and how I go every day to eviction court. And the truth of it is, I have very close to my heart a Jewish teaching, which is that to save one person is to save the whole world. But the other side of that is that to kill one person is to kill the entire world. And I can't come to terms with how many worlds we are killing. There's no amount of fear that can rationalize this. There's no amount that can keep us silent. You, the constituents of Durham, have come to us to speak, and I believe that we do have a responsibility to do so. As someone on this dais has already said, it is my first act as a public official, and I don't take it lightly. Every city that raises their voice of their constituents sends a message that you, the people of Durham, are not okay with the trajectory of our federal government. And I think that that is important, and that is why I have put this resolution in front of you today. Now, I've talked about a little bit of what I think it will do, but I want to also talk really, really seriously about what this resolution is not going to do. This is just a step. It is just a beginning. This resolution does not preclude this city from taking stronger stances regarding our military, regarding our investments in Israel. These are still options that are available to us. It does not preclude Durham from taking to the streets and protest, for calling stronger language out on your social media, for making posts, for having really difficult conversations with your family and friends. And it does not preclude us from grieving publicly and loudly. We need all of that and more. It is my fervent hope that this resolution passes tonight, and I hope that my colleagues will join me in standing on the right side of history. And I hope that this act, with the acts of what I hope all of you will continue to do, will move the needle just a bit, because if we only save one life, we will have saved a whole world. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cook. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, colleagues, for perhaps one of the most important discussions we've had in this chamber. And I want to thank all of you for coming out tonight to your house, to your chamber. Those of you that live in Durham and those that are visiting Durham, I want to thank you for being here. This discussion. This is my first time having an opportunity to speak on this. I was not at the council meeting and work session when this was brought up. So I want to thank my colleagues for just abiding me for a little bit as I speak to this issue. Many cities around our country have passed resolutions. Many of those resolutions have been split votes. Raleigh and Chapel Hill, part of the reason why they did not pursue a resolution is because they would have been split votes. Durham has, and I think still has, an opportunity to pass a unanimous resolution. This resolution is not going to be unanimous, and I want to tell you why. First of all, I want to be clear. I want to speak to this notion that's been bandied about that this is out of our wheelhouse and that city councils have no business speaking on international affairs. I want to just reject that out of hand. In America, we don't have a crown. There's no king or queen to handle matters of state. Our president, who is chief executive, is also head of state. So our president not only deals in policy, our president expresses the values of the American people. We don't have, it's not separate. So elected officials routinely fix potholes and also emote what their people are feeling. So it is wholly appropriate for elected officials to speak and to emote not only about potholes and answering 911 calls, but also about what is the pathos, what is the feeling, what is the spirit of the day of their people. So I reject out of hand, and saying that we're against babies being killed in a foreign country and naming that country is as much a foray into international relations as me ordering a Belgian waffle or getting a Swedish massage. Doesn't mean you're, because you call the name, you're going into international relations. So I reject that. I also want to call out that, you know, some folk who said, mind our business, it's not our place to speak, let the experts speak on it. Well, when the experts do speak, Secretary of State or the President says that the reactions are over the top, we then hear they don't know what they're talking about. So I understand people are going to come down where they come down. We have a right to speak, and it's appropriate that we speak on this. I want to say very, very, very directly and genuinely, with respect, that the way we experience horror and what is going on in Gaza is horrific. Not adopting your way of speaking about it or your worldview wholesale does not mean that we are not in the same place in terms of our horror. Let me give you an example. We talk about how much time it took us to respond to this. I believe that this council took an action and exercised power that we actually do have in the city where we turned something off that we know saved people's lives. So is it appropriate, would it be appropriate for me, I'm talking about ShotSpotter, so, and we're waiting for Duke to tell us whether or not it works. So I have a question. If between now and the Duke report, someone gets shot and bleeds out in an area where ShotSpotter sensors were on, and it happens while they're off, is that blood on the hands of my colleagues who voted against it? Is it on your hands, those who were against it? And if not, why not? I mean, that's an action that we actually took concretely, where we proactively used our power to undo a situation we actually have power over. And the urgency of the matter is that there's gunfire still going on in our city, but we have time to wait for the report. Should it not be as urgent to us, the babies that are dying here in Durham, as the ones in Gaza as well? But we have time for that. And I bring that up because I think that we could reach a unanimous decision. I believe so. I believe that the path that the mayor laid out at the beginning and the spirit in which we were proceeding, I think was a good way in getting us to that path. Let me tell you something that happened tonight. This resolution started off being named a resolution to end violence between Israel and Palestine. It was it almost suggests that this isn't going to be policy prescriptive. This is going to be a high moral call to end violence. Tonight, while we were up here, a name change was sent for the resolution that added ceasefire, which is a council member's right to do. But, well, yeah, that happened tonight. So if we are making those changes as recently as right now, as tonight, the work that went into, and I only had one conversation, by the way, and that was to get Hamas added to the resolution, the name, and then other things were added in. The work that we're doing as recently as tonight, I think we could continue to do and exercise the same patience we're exercising, waiting from a report for Duke. We can get this right as well. When I read the language, and I voted for the resolution in 2018, and I have a bit of a unique experience with respect to the resolution in 2018. I voted for it in 2018. Last year, I actually sat in Israel and had to defend that resolution in a building that's the equivalent of the U.S. State Department and in the Knesset. And I had to defend the use of the term apartheid, why I felt comfortable equating those same things, and went toe-to-toe with folk. And many of the same arguments that were made here tonight, I made. This resolution for me, it says that it started off as a resolution supporting an end to violence between Israel, screen's acting up, between Israel, thank you, into the violence between Israel and Palestine. And now it's moved to a ceasefire resolution. Part of the path that the mayor had laid out was to try to reach unanimity by avoiding prescriptive policy solutions. Because we can call for an end to violence, but if we get into prescriptive policy solutions, let me give you an example of what I'm struggling with. We are voting to place the city's imprimatur. It's not mine. It's not any of our individuals. We are voting to place the city's imprimatur on this resolution. And as filled as this room is, as impressive as the crowd that has shown up to this building, we've got an equal amount of emails and other communications from the other side as well. And that's, our colleagues' inboxes are filled with those emails as well. Part of what I have to be able to do, and what I was able to do in 2018, is to explain the resolution and defend it with intellectual integrity. Let me give you an example. One of the lines in the resolution says, a disproportionate response. It didn't say an inappropriate response. It said disproportionate, which means that the resolution itself is contemplating not the appropriateness of the response, but the degree of the response. So for my intellectual integrity, if we've already in the resolution acknowledged that the response is disproportionate, and then a paragraph down we say we want a ceasefire, well, for me to defend it, a ceasefire is a term of art in diplomatic circles that implies that there are two or more equally situated parties acting in good faith. Are we calling for a ceasefire absent a two-state solution? And who are we addressing it to? To Hamas? And based upon what I've heard tonight, why would Hamas honor a ceasefire absent a two-state resolution? What is the rationale for it? So for me, this isn't about the spirit of the resolution. It's about me being able to have intellectual integrity in defending it, where 1 minute I am allowing for a critique of not an inappropriate but disproportionate response, and then calling for a ceasefire as if there are two equal parties at the table. That is not intellectually honest for me. But I think we can get there if we did more work. But if this is the language tonight, then it will not be a unanimous vote. The prescription of cutting off funds is something that when the mayor first talked about this, it is a policy prescription that we said, I thought we had agreed to as a council, that we were going to try and bring as many people in our city. Because listen, I'm not running for Congress, I'm not a federal official, I'm a local guy. I'm a local elected official, and I love that. And the people of Durham, almost 300,000, have weighed in on this. And my understanding was that we were going to try and get as close to as many of them as possible. I'll say this and I'll end. And I seriously want to thank my colleagues, and I appreciate Councilmember Riss mentioning the term policy. If we get into a policy statement, then I think it betrays what our original goal was, which was to capture as many voices of Durham as possible. Because from a policy point of view, I don't know how to explain disproportionate response but bilateral ceasefire absent a two-state solution. I don't know how to explain that. So I'm not against the spirit of this document. I want to place the city's imprimatur on a document that I can, like I did in Israel last year, sit across the table from critiques and argue it with intellectual honesty. I think we can get there, but this is not the document that does that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you to my colleagues. Councilmember Cook, I had no idea what you were going to bring to this council when you were selected. And, you know, as we all stated, I think we would have been fine with either candidate. But I've listened to you. I have I've admired you. And, you know, I didn't tell you this, but I was searching my email looking for your email, and I found an email that you sent to me, I believe, in 2022, I believe. It was a while ago. And I saw that email and I said, oh boy, she runs those campaigns. She gets people riled up and she's gonna blow this email box up. And so that was my initial perception. But one night you called me really late after you were selected to council, and you said, hey, I've been trying to reach you all day, and you were calling the phone number that you're supposed to call that I never answer. So you finally called my personal cell, which is what I usually answer. And you said, hey, you said these words, and I'll never forget. You said, I know that you are working on a process to really bring people together for this ceasefire matter. But I do want to respect that, but I really think we should take on a resolution because it's personal to me and I have skin in the game now. When you stated those words to me, you gave me an immediate course correction of my perception of you. You made it very clear that you were a fighter and that you didn't need to be loud, but you knew how to have a hard conversation. And you knew how to, you know, address a difficult situation, no matter who it was. And I appreciated that because while we didn't know each other, and we still don't know each other that well, we're getting there, that night you earned my respect. And I just want to tell you that because I have not spoken publicly about this resolution or this entire ceasefire at all because I did not feel it was my place to tilt the scale either way. But it was more so my place to be a leader in this community and the leader of this city to try and do what was right. And that was really embrace all of the pain and passion of people all over this city. And so that is what I've really focused my energy on. And I am absolutely exhausted. I am tired. You know, when we pass this tonight, it's not over. I think Durham will have stated where we symbolically stand. I think that, you know, words on a paper is no more than symbolic. Words have power, and I think they have more power when we speak them. I think that they have more power when we speak them because it really causes us to act. And that is the practice that I hope everyone will adopt and adapt to. There is something unique, and I'm not sure, but I felt like Councilmember Freeman was sort of headed this direction. But I'm not sure, so I'll say what I'm going to say. What I've seen in this process made me really, really envy the ability to convene. You all have been able to do something, whether you're in this room or you're watching online, you all have been able to do something that I haven't seen in a really long time. I mean, I'm talking like the 60s. And I only have seen that just in video. Obviously, I was minus 20-something years old. But I do envy it. I envy it bad. When taking on this process, I will say that I had a lot of conversations with my colleagues. And one thing I can say about this council, we're going to be cordial with one another. We have really, really, really tough and direct conversations with one another. And we get up here and we do the business, and it feels great, no matter the outcome. So I want to thank also Councilmember Caballero and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, because they sat in a room with me. And I don't get emotional about many things until it comes to our people. And we sat in that room at Duke Memorial. Some of you all were there that are even in this room right now, and I thank you too. I want to thank Reverend Brianna Van Yeltsin, because every time I call her, she picks up the phone, and without hesitation, she goes to work. And when I told her that I said, listen, I'm struggling with this, and I really need help, and I want to bring sort of an intellectual team of rivals together. I want to bring people together who don't agree. I want to bring imams, I want to bring rabbis on both sides of this issue. I want to bring Christian leaders, I want to bring activists together. And that tonight is not scary to me. But being in that room with those 15 or 16 people was one of the scariest nights of my life. It just so happened to be on the holiday that we celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. And we sat in that room shoulder to shoulder. And I remember Rabbi Noah breathing. And they were breathing, trying to gather themselves before they spoke. And I remember Rabbi Graber turning dark red. Mr. Ghanem saying, wake up, my people. I remember Bishop Gabi. I remember these expressions. And people were just, there was so much emotional, just, I don't know, it's just emotional. It was just emotional that I broke down in tears because my biggest fear was I had just brought people in a room who vehemently disagreed on one particular thing that was so widespread and so tense that you could almost see and feel tangible hate. But it wasn't hate. It was people really passionate on where they stood and living and speaking from their lived experiences. But I broke down in tears because I did not want to hurt anyone in my community. Like it or not, I am your leader in this community. And my strength is defined by you all. My fear is reflected in you all. And as I'm going through this process, and I just remember how tense the room was in the beginning, and we spoke, and we spoke, and we spoke, and we went around, and I opened up and I shut up, and I just let the room be facilitated. And then at the end, we asked everyone, what do you need to see? What do you need to have in this? And at the time, for the record, we had not determined whether it was going to be a resolution or a statement or anything. But that was the process. And I could be selfish here and say, at least leaving there, I had some sense of direction. But that was the approach that I took. And I remember Councilmember Cook calling me, and she said, I really think we should do a resolution. And at that time, I was torn because I agree with what I'm reading. There are parts that I thought that were, there are parts that I thought had been overly politicized, or there are parts that are extremely politicized that lean us into being a bit prescriptive. But at the end of the day, I had to, no matter how many people I engaged with, at the end of the day, I had to fall back and say, okay, Leo, how do you be able to live what you believe, act on it? And so that is what I struggle with. And I still struggle with, should we do a resolution? I mean, we can't make anything happen. And I was wondering what the policy steps were. The policy steps are the action steps. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Durham, et cetera. But I also know that I remember what happened in 2018, and I remember how it tore this community apart. And I honestly believe that no matter what side the council at that time fell on, it was going to tear the community apart. I believe that this will also tear the community apart because there are some that want a resolution, there are some that don't want a resolution. There are some who want this resolution, there are some who want a stronger resolution. And I believe that, I don't know, I don't know how we truly reflect the diversity of our community here, but I just wanted to appreciate and name the process that we took to bring people together, and I think there's a lot of value in that. I want to name that, Councilmember Cook, you doing the work to bring this language here I didn't know what to expect when you did bring it to me. And the fact that you said, please send us to your small group, it really changed my perspective. It actually got me to the point of, okay. But I also have to think about where we are in Durham. And so we have a lot of issues in Durham. And I'm going to ask for your support to address those issues in Durham the way we've supported this. Because especially if you have family in Israel or Gaza, especially if you have lived experiences from there, the way this impacts you impacts so many people right here in Durham that are from Durham. It impacts me because the issues that we're dealing with in Durham, I do know more than I know this. And there was someone who, when there was a candle lighting at Center City, and I know I'm talking a lot, but you know what? We've been on this for a long time, so you're going to hear it. There was a night at the Center City, a candlelight visual, and I spoke and I said, I want to thank you all for being out here. I want to thank you for preserving life or wanting to preserve life, because at that point in time, that's where I was. I was still learning the understanding. And there was someone that said, because I did say, I was like, it's really complicated to understand what's happening here. And there was someone that said, there's no complication. How dare can it be complicated, Mayor? The way I have made space for you, I want you to make space for me as well. As I said, the only oppression I was familiar with was when my people were brought over on a ship. That was the history that I studied that wasn't taught to me in school. So if I didn't know what was happening in this situation, don't ever do that. We always have to make room for one another. Ignorance isn't always intentional. So I ask for your grace. I ask for your grace. I ask for your grace for Durham. And I give all of us grace. We are finally here, and I'm going to say this. Tomorrow, I will also release the statement that I initially wrote that reflected my engagement with the small group. Even since then, I have worked with a lot of people to just make sure that I'm not just dancing around in landmines and saying things that are inappropriate. I will be releasing that statement from myself as mayor, and I know that this will pass tonight, and I hope that the resolution will be available for the public as well as the statement. I want to make sure that the decision of this council reflects the community of Durham. And I hope that we show up for the things that we can actually invoke policy and make impact on right here in Durham as well. That's going to be really important. So one of my colleagues said, I really hope that we can pass this unanimously, and that is what I hoped as well. I think, but however, I don't think that really reflects all of Durham. And I don't want this to be a political win, one side versus the other. So to everyone's point, I don't want it to be a unanimous vote. I want it to reflect Durham. I do hope that I hope we pass this. I hope the language is out there, but I think it should reflect Durham. So I will, at this point, I will get us to that, and I'm going to, this may be inappropriate, but I'm going to ask Councilmember Cook to call for this motion, and I'll second it.
I'm just finding it. I'm going to make a motion for agenda item 46. Resolution supporting a ceasefire and an end to violence between Israel and Palestine to be passed by this body.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, not Mayor Schreiber. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 5-2, with Mayor Williams and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton voting no.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to just take a moment and make a request to amend the resolution, just acknowledging, there's something about the person who spoke about the diary of Anne Frank, I want to say, and it really is pulling on me not to address that and acknowledging that the word genocide needs to be included in this resolution. And I was just going to ask for just an amended motion for the resolution to include the word genocide. And if there were a second.
Councilmember Freeman, I am going to acknowledge the passage of it, but I want to really take Councilmember Cook's advice as well to take this further, take it beyond where we are now. And I'll acknowledge what we have passed, and I will just really encourage us to take this to where, within the capacities of which, like I'm doing.
So I just want to it's really problematic to not say what the thing is and just acknowledge. I don't want you to say anything. I don't want any snaps. Give me a second. There is an undergirding of power and the way that things are being structured in this conversation that I am not okay with, and it is not worth sitting through this, not calling it out and not saying it. Just based on the life I've had to live and so many of my ancestors. And I know that there are consequences to the actions we take, and there are consequences to the actions we don't take. So the fact that sitting on this dais with all of you, I want to say that there is a great deal of respect that comes with the amount of time and the amount of just steadfast, continued, like you're following along, you know how things are going, you understand what's happening. This is not the best representation of Durham right now. And that is what is most hard to swallow. And I just want to make sure that we are doing our best to represent Durham and stating very clearly that anytime that you're using weapons of mass destruction to kill children, it is not okay. And that is just it. Like, there's no other side to this. And every time we do this either or side thing, that frustrates me. And it's not lost on me that I've tried my hardest not to bring up the fact that there are Christians in Palestine, because I don't want to undo the Islamic, like, there is so many layers to this. And every comment that you make, there's a reason the gentleman came in here and said that Palestine didn't exist until 1967. And that is the type of message that comes across in a very racist way that I can't deal with. It is triggering. I don't know how to, This country has a long history of harm, and I own it, which is why I can stand and salute my flag. I appreciate every man, woman, and non-binary person who has sacrificed their life to serve this country and keep me safe. And I am also very clear, like, that is not, it does not give you carte blanche to kill people in this way. And if it were my country, I would want to do more. And so just saying the word genocide in and of itself is one step that moves us closer to that. And I do think that as a city, we have to get there. That's all.
Thank you. I don't want to leave any cliffhangers because we are about to adjourn the meeting. Councilmember Freeman, we have colleagues, I don't need to whisper in my ears right now. Councilmember Freeman, we all had a moment to share our remarks. We actually have had 4 months to share our remarks. We've had 4 months to negotiate with one another. And I do not want us to, after the vote, take this any further than where it has gone. Now we need to act on what we've passed. Let it become our everyday lived experience. Let it become live what we passed, live it out. But we have passed this. We've gone through a lot. And after the vote, to do that, no, we're not. And I hear exactly what you're saying. I hear all the things you're saying. We're not doing that. And I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I have given space for this. So I want to respect where we are, and that is now our policy. And again, Councilmember Cook, I really appreciate the work you put into this. And I do believe, as I said, I don't want a unanimous vote because I think it represents this city right now. And that's where we are. That is all of our agenda items. At 12:54, we are adjourned.